if we have enough time, well, you sure? Uh, okay, like that I will hear this as. Melek, когда она 5 dəqiqə qalanda, ona 5 dəqiqə qalanda, руку подними, чтобы я знал, что 5 минут осталось, хорошо? Kimin? Tədbirin sessiya. Sessiya, strengthening the regional cooperation of ICESCO. Good morning, dear guests, dear participants. I welcome you on behalf of the Regional Office of Azerbaijan. My name is Mariam, and I'm assistant to the director of the Regional Office of ICESCO in Azerbaijan. and I welcome you on behalf of the Regional Office of Azerbaijan here at this session, which called Strengthening the Regional Cooperation. I'm very proud to announce that ICESCO is launching a regional office in Azerbaijan, which will be covering a huge region, including a country from Caucasus and also countries of Central Asia. So I go in alphabetical order. So we will be 5 countries, including Azerbaijan, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Uzbekistan, and Tajikistan. With its 53 member states, the ICESCO plays a pivotal role in promotion cooperation in the field of culture, especially protection of cultural heritage of the member states' countries, in promotion of education, science, environmental, and other global issues on global level. And of course, getting regional offices worldwide, it plays a crucial role in extension of cooperation. Because as we all know, situations in such dynamic field as culture, as education, as science, as environmental, is changing very dynamically and very quickly from time to time, from country to country, from region to region. That's why we believe that the role of regional cooperation is very important. And today we are very happy to have you at our session to get your opinion, to get your proposal. We have just starting to work, and the regional office will be fully operational very soon. So we are now at the stage when we are collecting the proposals, when we are collecting the ideas on which our strategy will be based, on which we will develop our action plan, and also our approach on regional level. So the session is called Strengthening the Regional Cooperation. This is what we exactly need at this point, and I would like to present our honorable speakers, Dr. Ndoro, Head of Cultural Heritage Center of ICESCO. Thank you very much for coming. Mr. Farukh Jumayev, Head of International Relations Department of the Ministry of Culture of Azerbaijan. Thank you very much for accepting our invitation. Dr. Rashad Azizov, Head of Department on Creative Industries and Digital Development of the Ministry of Culture of Azerbaijan. Thank you very much, Dr. Rashad, for coming. And I would start addressing my question to Mr. Farukh on a regional approach on culture. How do you see the regional approach in the field of culture, and what do you expect on, let's say, strategical point of view? What is your expectation from the regional office of ICESCO in Baku?
It's working, right?
Yeah.
I would like to welcome all the guests, and thank you, Ms. Mariam, for giving us a chance to have a panel session with regard to the ICESCO and the cooperation. At the same time, the main issues will be related to the cultural and climate issues as well. So before we start to deeply involve to the regional office, I would like to emphasize that the regional cooperation with regard to in comparing with the international and global cooperation is much more important for the countries we will locate neighboring. And you know that this is a platform which will be fostering the same deepening cooperation with different fields, starting with social, economic, and political issues. So therefore, the countries who are locating in the neighborhood, they try to more integrate to each other with different fields and with different dimensions, different aspects. Therefore, regional cooperation and the role on the development of the countries is more important to this world, because the global world means more challenging, more tasks. But if you think of more global and make it your actions in regional level, will be more efficient way for that. I would like to mention that there's many actual benefits and advantages of the regional cooperation for the other nations that are partnering in that. And one of these organizations which really involved to the cultural issues is ICESCO. And as you know, the Azerbaijan established close cooperation and joined to the ICESCO membership in 1991, early 1991, after the independence. And since that time, we have a very close and very fruitful cooperation with ICESCO, with different fields, starting with education, science, technology, capacity building issues, at the same time, the cultural issues, cultural heritage issues. This is, we see the best benefits for the countries, and we see how the regional cooperation and at the same time cooperation with ICESCO will make a positive impact for the strengthening the cultural and the other education and science fields in our country. So this is one of the main focus that we really attach with the cooperation with ICESCO, and during this time, the Azerbaijan and Baku city and Nakhchivan city was proclaimed as a Islamic capital, cultural capital, and at the same time. Azerbaijan and UNESCO very close cooperation within the action plan, which was signed in 2022, and we allocated more than $2 million for the implementation project carried out by the ICESCO. And at the same time, the ICESCO our one main partner in implementation in international events like the Baku process, which was launched in 2008. And at the same time, we're one of the big partner international arena for the promoting peaceful cultural initiative raised by Azerbaijan. At the same time, in addition, Azerbaijan and ICESCO very closely working on the cultural climate issues. As you know, the Azerbaijan Heydari Foundation and ICESCO signed MOU on cooperation in the field of the environment issues, including the empowerment of the community for the environment challenge as well. And yesterday, the idea one of the main platform for the environment issues also signed protocol of intent with ICESCO. So it means that we enlarge cooperation with ICESCO in the different fields that I mentioned. And one of the protection, with regard to cultural heritage and protection issues, in 2022, the technical expert group of the ICESCO was, they assess the damage of the cultural monuments and heritage in the region of Azerbaijan, and the Karabakh region of Azerbaijan, and after the occupation of Armenian occupation. And this is that's how we were involved to the cultural issues. And the second technical meeting will be take place next year. And the report of the damage and all the issues that will be happened and in the Karabakh region was rarely mentioned in that report. So with regard to regional office, as you know, in 2022, the Minister of Culture of Azerbaijan and ICESCO signed, the Director General signed the agreement on the establishing this regional office. We think that this office will be a good platform for to enhancing and same time deepening our relations, not only with Azerbaijan, at the same time with the 4 Central Asian countries that mentioned. And this country also is very important for Azerbaijan because we have very close ties with this region and strategic ties with these countries as well. And the cultural and education and science issue that will be implemented and will be carried out by through the ICESCO platform will be benefit for this region as well, because we have similar culture, similar heritage, similar. We have to unite it on this field, and I think that this platform will fostering this cooperation. Will really involve to the capacity building issues, because our region will need for the expert for the cultural preservation and heritage issues, and at the same time archaeological issues. That's why the ICESCO expert and the cooperation with this region will help us to improve the capacity building of our local staff and the expert on this field. And at the same time, the arts and the heritage, awareness and knowledge on our culture will be more deeply distributed within the region. We will jointly can involve the different long-term projects as well, because presence of some organizations in the region it helps to more deeply involved to the regional aspect, because research and analysis in the region will be also introduced and will be implemented by the ICESCO expert as well. This is one key point that we would like to mention for the first step I think, for the collaboration within the regional aspect with ICESCO and the other countries. And for further steps, I think we need to more focus on the project-based aspects, because there really needs to make some outcomes with this close collaboration, and with us as other organizations that our countries are the members. We have to find some more benefits for encouraging our countries for the cultural-based and same time environmental issues, because environment, as we during this COP29, we promoting the Culture for Climate initiative, and I hope that the ICESCO, as one of the main partner, that's the promoting our other initiatives, will be one of the main key point, a key partner for this initiative as well, and together we can develop many very important projects together.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Farouk, for sharing us your thoughts. I think you have indicated very concrete steps and measures to be taken from the beginning of our, let's say, launching of our regional projects. Thank you very much. I was taking the notes, and I really appreciate your thoughts on the awareness raising project in the frame of educational aspect of ICESCO, also on project-based approach. It means that the concrete topics on concrete projects will be tackled and will be implemented on the regional level. Like that, the values of the ICESCO and its main principles will be implemented on regional and on country level in a more effective way. Thank you very much for your intervention. I would like to give the floor now to Dr. Ndoro from the Center of Protection of Cultural Heritage. Thank you very much again for coming. And my question will be, how do you see the protection of cultural heritage on the regional level? As Mr. Farouk mentioned, when we go to the list of the countries which will be covered by the regional office, some main values unites us with those countries. So we are sharing the mutual culture, similar language, and we all were a part of a common history. And also cultural, from the point of view of cultural heritage, it's also very important because in the countries of this region, as in Azerbaijan, we have many sites, many archaeological sites, many monuments, which has importance on global level. And my question is how the cultural heritage of those countries, of this region, could be better protected.
Thank you for inviting me, and you're already saying the words I was going to say. I think I should first of all thank the Director General of ICESCO and the government of Azerbaijan for having this regional office. In my view, it is a very important move. When I joined ICESCO in March this year, one of the first things which I did was to say that we need to have a regional emphasis. And one of the reasons why I said regional emphasis is that we have 53 countries. They have different types of heritage. They have different historical backgrounds. And as you say, there's also the issue of language. We need to be able to give them the capacity building training courses in their own language, in their own context, not in the context of what is happening in Europe or in other places. For ICESCO, there are three main regions which I can identify. There's the Africa region, of course, then there's the Arab region and the Central Asia region. And this is where the office in Azerbaijan, I think, will play a very important role. As far as the Heritage Center at ICESCO is concerned, we have already begun to try and develop training courses for the different regions. As of this December, we will have a training course aimed at Africa, particularly addressing issues related to the sites on the danger list of the World Heritage list. We are going to have that in December, early December. The second training course in capacity building will be for the Arab region, which will be in January next year. We are also, and again this depends on our discussions with the Azerbaijani government, we are also aiming to have some training programs in Azerbaijan, probably around April, after the mission to Shusha and other places. The whole idea of these regional courses is to contextualize the training program so that the people are dealing with the heritage which they understand, which they themselves see on a day-to-day basis, so that they understand the programs, the problems related to this heritage. It is not something which is coming from another country, it is from this particular region. Again, why we have divided also is about language issues. If you are in the Arab region, Arabic is the language of operation. In Africa, it's either French or English. So you have to look at that. And I think in Central Asia, Russian,
Turkish language as well,
and, and all that. So we need to have not just the participants of these courses knowing that language, but even the resource persons who are coming to develop the training courses, they must be from the region. We cannot continue, in my view, to depend on experts from Europe to come and teach us what is our heritage. Our heritage has got to be by ourselves. As you also know, we do have with ICESCO the Islamic Heritage Register, where countries propose sites onto this register. And the Director General has said that by 2025, we must have at least 1,000 sites. And these 1,000 sites must reflect the 53 countries. It should not be just 2-3 countries, like what is happening with World Heritage and UNESCO. We want that to reflect the different countries. And therefore, it is the regions who know what is important to put on that Islamic heritage list. It is not somebody else who comes from somewhere and says we need to have this list. So to me, I think this is a very important development. We have been trying to identify organizations to work. There's the Turkic Foundation and all that, and we want to work here. And now that we have our own office here, then I think it's much easier for us to work together, and I think we can plan together for the post-conflict workshop which we are planning for April in Azerbaijan this year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Ndoro, for sharing your thoughts and your opinions. Thank you for your support to the work of the regional office in Azerbaijan. I also very appreciate your willingness for the support in establishing and implementing the training courses which you have already done in Africa and planning to do in Arab worlds. If it will be implemented in Azerbaijan by covering the countries of the region, the regional office is covering, that would be great. And also regarding the list, regarding the issue that the cultural heritage sites should be included in the ICESCO list, this is also very important and crucial point, taking into consideration how rich the cultural heritage is within the region. And the cultural heritage is something reflecting our history, our culture. So this is very important, and we count on your support, and I thank you very much for your intervention. Thank you. I would like now to pass the floor to Dr. Rashad Azizov from the Ministry of Culture of Azerbaijan, who came with a presentation on Creative Islamic Initiative. I know that Dr. Azizov has already launched this global cooperational network with the countries from all around the world, and the huge part of work have already been done. I would love if you could see how this could be on practical level, be implemented within the region which our regional office is covering. So thank you again, and looking forward for your presentation.
Thank you very much.
You.
Thank you very much, Marianne. Thanks to the Office of ICESCO for organizing this important discussion. I absolutely agree with my colleagues that mentioned about their necessity for the regional office. And I want to add that according to the preserving of our heritage, of our culture, we should also keep in mind the other mainstream that we have now in the world. It's the development of the creative industries. Because creative industries is the vector of what we are doing in this sphere according to the future. Creative industries in our countries should be more strength to preserve, to innovate all these processes that are happening in the sphere of creation, of arts, and this is one of the important and maybe crucial reasons how we can preserve our heritage in the digital sphere. So, but this mainstream needs real cooperation in that sphere. And as you mentioned already, Azerbaijan is trying to do a lot at the moment in that sphere. Even we have the decree of the president that considers the special initiatives in the development of the creative industries. And one of the main ideas is to increase the export, increase the cooperation, and it can be done only if the pan-regional markets should appear. So it means when we are speaking about the efficiency of regional organization, we should also consider the projects that will be aimed to make the efficient market for the creative goods, creative products for our artists, and we should develop the legislation in our countries that can really strengthen the cooperation in that sphere. And when we speak about the cooperation, it means the cooperation between private sectors firstly. Of course, the cooperation in that sphere starts from the very upper level of governments, but it should come to the cooperation between the real persons, between the artists, between the producers, between the different companies that are involved to the processes. And of course, this kind of support should start from some framework. And last year we had a very good projects that was co-organized by the Ministry of Culture and ICESCO. Especially one of the prior for me is the A-Hub initiative that's joined a lot of innovators from our Islamic countries, and this initiative gathers more than 30 countries. Not all countries of ICESCO are participating, and any grand final of that event joined hundreds of people. This year we had the grand final of a hub that's happened in Baku, and then we had a very good, very interesting forum that was held in Shusha, and this event showed that this kind of cooperation, this kind of projects have a great interest from all the countries, and they see how efficient can be this cooperation. And during the last year, first it was announced the idea why not to go from a hub to C hub, that will be not only about the innovation, but mostly about the creation, about the creativity, about the creative hubs. By the way, I want to share the information that we have already under the Ministry of the Culture, the Yaradiji Center. This is the creative hub, the first creative hub in our country. It's mostly the digital creative hub. And this creative hub is doing businesses in different creative industries, such like the filmmaking, music, game development, Caltech. This is the sphere of where the innovation meets the culture, and the new technological startups in that sphere appears. And we see that for real effectiveness, we need the opportunity to widen the markets. We should go through the borders, and if ICESCO can bring us this opportunity, this is a real chance to make a real effective cooperation program within that story. And we called it the C-Hub Creative Islamic Initiative. And the main idea is that we consider to create the network between such kind of organization that are making such kind of businesses in the countries. And the main vision is this networking that helps the individuals, companies, bring them together, share information surely, and the main idea is for artists to keep in mind that now they are not only framed by their own country. The cultural exchange should be out of borders, and if we have such an opportunity, we should go within this framework. But this vision needs different concrete goals. And firstly, the goal is we should deal with our legislation to make the opportunities within different countries more easy to get this cooperation. It's about maybe visa, about the economical issues, about the taxes, about other concrete points. The second point is the informational exchange. We should know about the events that are happening in different countries, because without this concrete informational exchange, sometimes we go aside the processes that's happening in different countries. Even we should know about the concrete project that started already. For example, in the sphere of cultural startups, it's very important because we are living in the global world, and any idea is moving simultaneously in different direction. And if the processes go in line, we can help the startup from one country, for example, from Turkey, at the same time be in all Islamic countries, or some filmmaking project from Saudi Arabia to come to other regions. And it also can bring the opportunity to focus special countries to concrete industries. Last week I were in UAE, in Dubai, on the Dubai International Content Market, and I feel that this is the maybe most effective market for audiovisual content in the region. So the regional approach makes sense, and if, for example, Azerbaijani filmmakers want to make business in that sphere, they should go aside the Azerbaijan. She should find the pan-regional market, and I absolutely agree with the doctor that we should go not only with the West or Europe or America, we should find our own way. And that's why the creative industries needs our own markets. So the market creation in different industries should be considered as a crucial point. And maybe the ICESCO should pay attention to that point. But to keep always these ideas in the focused to have it on the agenda, we should have the special initiative of ICESCO, always to keep in mind this idea, to pay more attention to creative industries, because mostly we consider the cultural exchange, the heritage issues to be very important. Of course, they are, but for the future, we need the industry's mainstreams to do it. And of course, this networking that I mentioned should be considered not only for governmental bodies to have usual annual meetups. It's not about the governmental points. We should very fast move from the governmental discussion, from the international discussion, to the concrete practical issues. If we speak about the relation, the events, it mostly should be very practical issues connected to concrete industries. And if we want to bring the private sector, we should show them the concrete practical points they can get. So we absolutely need to involve to that initiative the governmental sector. We should bring the private sector, as I mentioned, but also we need the educational sphere, because creative industries needs upskilling program, and this upskilling program needs the same standardization. And in that field, the creative hubs can play a great role. So that's why the networking can bring these training programs to the common standard, for the products that are created within the industries should be more competitive, local, pan-regionally, and of course globally. And of course NGOs can be also the main drivers in different sectors, because they gathers the main players in different countries, especially on different industries. Of course, it doesn't mean that we will get the same success in different industries at the same time. Some of industries already are quite developed, such like the filmmaking, such like their music, but even they need these new opportunities for the market widening. The new ones have a great opportunities. And for example, I want to mention the game development. Game development can be the new instrument for the preserving of our heritage for the next century, because in our usual life we see that the young generation pay more attention and spend more time making gaming, looking to the animation. So the digital art, the gamification, is one of the important mainstreams for preserving our heritage, and it should be done within the business. If it is done within the business, it should be more productive, because business find their final user, and this make the real sense for these processes. And just the last point, if we want to mention the concrete steps how it can be done, as we said, the network is about the relation between the creative hubs. We should maybe announce the creative week of the Islamic countries that can be held annually and move from year to different countries. We should support the co-production programs, because co-production is one of the main directions how the support can be held, especially in filmmaking, in the game sector. When we have the investors, and when I say the support, it's mainly about the investment. Business needs not sponsorship, mostly investment, but investment needs the big market, so it's connected to each other. So of course we need the R&D programs, especially because the AI, the technical issues are very important and crucial for creativity, and we see how AI changed the job creation, employment in that sphere, and this sphere also needs the involvement of the of ICESCO, and it needs the R&D program, especially to that point. And if at the end we have opportunity to involve the investors for create some initiative like the Invest to Create, or to create the investor co-ops, or even the venture capital foundation, that can be practical for investment in that sphere. If the projects are pan-regional, it can be also very, very productive. So this idea is connected to all industries. We can talk a lot about that, but I think that if we start this initiative next year, within a very soon period, very short period, it can be one of the most productive initiatives of ICESCO, and Azerbaijan from its own can do a lot, and we hope that our creative hub can be considered as a pilot project for that. And using the opportunity, we invite everybody to come to our creative hub, and we invite ICESCO to be more close to our hub. Even I think the regional office can make a lot of training, and not only training programs with the creative hub. And I feel that the 2025 will be one of the most effective years within the cooperation in the field of creative industries. And by the way, tomorrow we have the panel on the Azerbaijan Pavilion at 15:30. This is Yaradiji Talks, how creative industries impact to the climate change, because we consider the creative industries have two directions to impact. Mainly, it's about how to inspire people in that sphere, and how to create green jobs and to impact to the green economy. So I talked a lot. Thank you for that opportunity, but this theme is very important for us. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Azizev. I do appreciate your fundamental approach to the topic. So you are starting talking from the legislation, and you go to the concrete examples. You go to very deep into very concrete projects which could be implemented on country level, on regional level, which will bring benefits not only to the young people, to startups, also to the private sector, and how government will become closer on the basis of the cooperation. Thank you very much. And also I would like to mention that Creative Hub, which has been founded under the leadership of Dr. Azizev, become very, very effective, and it's become as an umbrella organization for many young and many talented people for Azerbaijan, and also as a part of the international cooperation of the Ministry of Culture. It really a huge network have been created, and that's the network of talented people from all around the world, and the hub is covering such important issues and fields like music, like fashion, like creative startups project, like digital technologies, also filmmaking. In the field of the media, for example, we had a very good project on how TikTok can be better used to promote culture, to make it more dynamic and to make it more interactive. So I really do think, I'm sure that this practice, that this hub experience could be used as an example of best practices to be disseminated to the other countries, to be presented on a regional and global level. And I do hope that we will go further with the networking and with the cooperation. Thank you very much again. And I address my last question to the expert on education of ICESCO, Dr. Vagas. Thank you very much for joining us. Vagas is is an expert in the field of education who joined the ICESCO team. And I would like to ask you, unfortunately we have only 2-3 minutes, right? Yeah, 5? Okay, thank you. Would you please share with us your opinion how education issues, how, let's say, educational project, awareness raising project based on the values and principles of the ICESCO could be better implemented on regional level, please?
Thank you very much for inviting me. Well, I have just 5 minutes to speak, but I had a lot to talk on this topic. I'll just summarize all this by by starting off with the reasons and answering the question why. And I'll give some statistics, and those statistics will actually translate into the answers that we're looking for the regional cooperation to tackle and improve the education indicators that will, of course, improve the education at the global level. SDG 4 midterm review report is actually measuring the progress on SDG 4 education 2030 targets by the national governments around the globe. And it measures these targets from 2015 till 2030, the progress which has been made. So what I'm now talking about, the statistics that I will give, is actually telling us the progress on SDG 4 targets from 2015 till 2024. If countries were on track to meet these targets by 2030, now at this point of time, we would have 6 million more children enrolled in early childhood education. If countries were on track, we would have had 58 million more children, adolescents, and youth enrolled in schools. If countries were on track, which includes the regions and everything, if those were on track, we would have by now 1.7 million more primary school teachers into the system. Now, at this point of time, if we want to be on track to meet the Education 2030 targets, which have been committed by all countries from all regions, we need 1.4 million children enrolled in early childhood every year, 1.4 million. Then a new child needs to be enrolled in the school every 2 seconds if we want to achieve the targets by 2030. Also, annual completion progress in primary needs almost to be tripled. So these are the reasons that tells us why the lack of regional cooperation or global cooperation in education has resulted these slow progress indicators that we have. Now, how the regional cooperation comes into play. So there are regions and countries which have more resources, and there are some which have less resources. This imbalance actually is because of different reasons. For example, poverty in some countries, they're vulnerable to different natural calamities and disasters and war conflicts. And there are other issues like political instability and lack of adequate knowledge, lack of infrastructure, lack of technical knowledge. That is where this imbalance is created. How can regional cooperation be implemented? Organizations like ICESCO, which are the intergovernmental organizations, play that pivotal role because it has the know-how of the education landscape in different regions. As for instance, ICESCO covers 4 regions, so it has the know-how of these regions, and then it can actually fill the gaps by means of knowledge, learning, and sharing between high-income countries and low-income countries, knowledge coming from high-income countries to low-income countries, and also it can play a role by having the right data in place, which informs which are the countries that require more resources in terms of funding, in terms of technical resources, or in terms of other support that it can actually leverage, and it can actually strategize its support into that particular direction where there is a shortcoming. I would just quickly, because I'm short of time, I'll just quickly give example, the ICESCO's Education Ministers Conference, which took place lately. in Oman in October. It is one of the one of the best examples of the regional cooperation, where education ministers from all 53 member countries, different regional organizations, different specialized organizations from the from different regions of ICESCO member states participated on different important topics which are important for the contemporary times. For example, they address the issues concerning to the public-private partnership in education, which reflects on the transformation of education. It also discussed the issues pertaining to the digitization and AI in education. It discussed issues concerning the greening education and sustainability. It discussed issues concerning to the education and emergencies. So this is how the countries which are in need, in actual need in these areas, were supported through knowledge learning and sharing. And then ICESCO also came up with one of the example of this, that it came up with a document which is the framework for greening education in Islamic world. Which is the framework for education in greening education in Islamic world, and that framework is actually aimed to support countries in the field of greening education with short-term and long-term targets. And then our sector head is here as well, Dr. Khatija Tusi, who is the former Minister of Education in Gambia. We have recently the new education sector strategy in the process of making, and this education sector strategy will actually help countries in various areas where the important support is needed on the knowledge agenda, on different areas, and then it is actually based on few very important focus areas like foundational learning and early child development, sustainability and greening education, upskilling of teachers, content methods, which define smooth process between curriculum, teaching and assessments, AI and education, inclusion and equity. Now, the best example of how this education strategy will be evolving, it will be evolving through regional workshops. Different regional workshops on these focus areas will take place, and then it will feed into this education sector strategy, which will further do actions around those focus areas in different regions and countries which are actually in need. And I must say that the Baku office, ICESCO's Baku's office, which will be covering 5 countries in the region, would certainly be instrumental in having one of the regional workshop taking place in between these focus areas. So this is how the regional cooperation plays its important role in improving the education and science in the region for the countries which are in the need of more resources in terms of funding and technical resources. And that is how the education indicators are improved based on such cooperation levels. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Afridi. Do you hear me? By this microphone. Okay, perfect. Thank you very much, Dr. Afridi, for your intervention, for your proposal. And I see that you, honorable expert, you also count a lot on the activities, on strategy and action of the regional level, the regional office of ICESCO in Azerbaijan. As I said, at this particular level, we are collecting proposals, we are collecting examples, and we are trying to identify the partners within the region in order to establish a more effective network. As an ICESCO, of course, it's an intergovernmental organization who is working with the governments via national commissions of ICESCO. And in these national commissions, It's not only the ministers of education, science, and culture is involved. It's a very effective platform where many different actors and stakeholders all around the countries are involved, which ensure more effective cooperation and also obligation which is country taking within the cooperation with ICESCO. So I believe this approach will be a very good, a very effective model on implementing this ICESCO standards, ICESCO values, and also the ideas to more effectively implement it on regional level, on countries level. I thank you very much, honorable guests, for your participation, for sharing your opinions with us. Thank you very much, and I look much forward to work with you more closely in the frame of our regional office. Thank you very much.
Hello? Hello? Is it going? Hello, if we could start in 1 minute. If we could start in 1 minute. Can we start in a minute? Those who are joining us, you can join for one. Yes? Yes, hello. Oh,
This is me, yeah?
yes, yes, you can sit here. You are the only one who is going to be.
The speaking only.
No.
This
You
is
will
a
be here.
chocolate for you.
Oh, thank you.
The another one is coming in 5 minutes.
To meet two people.
Yeah, but we
In
will
5 minutes, we have to start. Is it on? You can hear me from here. If you are joining us, please sit. Hello. If you are joining us, please sit. We're about to start. Can we have the slide with the people to introduce? The coming session is on heritage and sustainable development, and we have a number of presentations, online presentations, as well as on-site presentations. The problem is that we're a little bit late. We'll try and give each speaker 5 minutes so that we can try and cover some of the topics which we wanted to cover. Let me start by introducing the participants. We do have panelists who are going to give us presentations. We have Dr. Haba Abdelaziz. She'll be online, and she is from Oman. We will also have experts from ICESCO, Prof. Muhammad Osman, who is from ICESCO. We will also have Dr. Osama Nahas, also from ICESCO, and Bilal Chebi from ICESCO. They will also join us. We have Engineer Osia Nawab, who is with us here. And then we also have somebody joining us later. When he joins us, we will introduce him to you. In order to kickstart, let me start by showing a few slides. Do I switch here? For the slide, I switch which one? Hello? Slide? Yeah. Yeah, and the next slide to introduce, my slide to introduce. My apology. Okay. I can. Yeah. Yeah. I just wanted us to give a context of the heritage and sustainable development, which we are going to be talking about. And this is in line with the climate impact, which we have been talking about on COP 29. It's more to do with how is heritage vulnerable from climate? How is it exposed from climate? And what are the sensitive issues related to climate? And all this leads to adaptive capacity, which in my view has everything to do with sustainability. I don't know how to. Oh, okay. One of the challenges which we have, particularly when we talk about climate change and heritage, is usually heritage is actually excluded from issues of climate change or even issues of development. Heritage is seen as something which people who are dealing with heritage are not concerned with. But in actual fact, it affects them in many ways. That in itself also leads to the fact that the writing or the literature coming out of climate change and sustainability, generally speaking, does not talk to heritage or the people within the heritage field. The other issue which also is important as we begin to talk about heritage and sustainability is the change within the heritage approach itself. At the beginning, it was concerned with the fabric, the buildings, the artifacts, the archaeological sites. But that has shifted to be more concerned with the well-being of people. In other words, why are you looking after the heritage if it doesn't contribute to communities and people within that area? So these are some of the issues which we are going to be talking about. And without further ado, we will have our first speaker online is Abdullah Aziz. I hope she's linked online. Can you hear us?
It's a great pleasure to
The
be with
sound
you
is
today.
not coming. You can hear.
Can you hear? I can hear you well.
Okay, please go ahead, Doctor. Go ahead with your presentation.
Okay, thank you very much, everybody.
If you can do it in about 5 minutes, that would be good. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Okay, well, thank you very much for being here, for inviting me to take part in this very important session and for allowing me the opportunity to speak. As I have been introduced by Professor Nodoro, my name is Heba Abdelaziz. I'm a UNESCO chair professor situated in the Sultanate of Oman at the German University of Technology. Our UNESCO chair is concerned with World Heritage and Sustainable Tourism Development in the Arab region. The objective of our chair is really to focus on what happens to heritage post-inscription on the World Heritage. I would like to focus today on issues to do with definitely climate change, as we are talking at the COP, but also focusing on the area of community involvement. And I would like to present some very successful and inspiring stories from Oman on how heritage could be revived through community involvement and how can tourism play a part in this. Specifically speaking, from the first World Heritage Site that has been inscribed in the Gulf region, the Oasis of Bahla, I would present to you a very successful story of what happened by the community involvement in this area. In the vicinity of the Dakhiliya region, in the same region, the community of Harat al-Uqr in Nizwa has been able, through a cooperative arrangement, where they collected themselves, everybody through paying a share by establishing a closed limited liability company, to establish a company that allowed them to revive their old houses, to revive their old homes. As you can see now on the screen, I'm not sure if my screen is visible.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. So as you can see now on my right-hand side, you will see the houses this is actually a mosque that is in the same neighborhood that was suffered possibly of climate change efforts, but also through regular and time passing wear and tear. All the pictures I'm going to be sharing with you are pictures that have of properties that has been redeveloped and renovated by community efforts. This is a unique initiative by the inhabitants of Harat al-Uqr and the house owners, who actually have, of course, because of the deterioration of the conditions of their property, have moved outside this particular neighborhood But then, a few years ago, or about 3 or 4 years ago, they have returned back, but as investors. So they use their houses and the property to reinvest and rehabilitate these properties. This is another example of also Harat al-Aqr, where this is the before and after. All of this has been done through initiatives of the local community, where all the owners of the different houses in this Hara has been able to renovate it and to really dedicate it as, again, another example, as hotels and as opportunities for the communities to invest. This is now some of the initiatives, the Nizwa Heritage Inns, from the outside and from the inside, that has been done through this collaborative effort of the community, and is now receiving large number of tourists, in which they were able to really enjoy heritage, revive the community, overcome the problems of funding that is always faced by local communities, and by creating a venture capital that allowed them to renovate an entire neighborhood. I really wanted to present this to you now as an example of what communities could do with existing heritage sites. And their continuous presence gives them the chance to mitigate and adapt to climate concerns and climate change concerns. This is really a great success story. That I know that we always tackle issues that in a more maybe negative impact, which exists, of course, but I really wanted to come here today from the Sultanate of Oman and to present a hope, to present an opportunity that through very concentrated efforts of the community, a whole entire neighborhood was able to be revived, to come back to life, not only to be revived out of nostalgia, but really to contribute directly to the SDGs through creating an economy, a tourism economy that allowed the people to enjoy the presence of their houses, but also to create employment, to create green jobs in the form of tour guides and in the form of restorers of these particular buildings. Really, I mean, Professor Nidoro gave me 5 minutes. I don't want to exceed that. I really came in as to present you with a great example, and to really hope that through our discussions I can come back to you with more information. I would just like to shed the light on our initiatives as UNESCO chair, to really promote that and to work together with communities in Oman, and again in the another neighborhood in the Wilayat of Bahla, to work with them and to explore opportunities for green jobs, and opportunities in which the communities are able to be involved in heritage entrepreneurial initiatives, similar to what I have shared with you, but also in the field of creative industries, taking the lead from from the speaker that was there just before me, and the importance of creative industries in creating and regenerating local economies. I don't know. I think my 5 minutes must be over by now, but I think I'll be here to share with you further and to take part in the discussion thereafter. Thank you very much for inviting me, and I look forward to the questions and answer session.
Thank you so much for your presentation, which really demonstrated the sustainability of heritage, particularly if you engage the local communities in the work which you do. Let's now listen to Prof. Muhammad from ICESCO on his experiences and also his take on heritage and sustainability. Prof. Muhammad.
Good morning, Prof. Thank you to give me the floor. If we are agree, I will speak in French. Merci infiniment.
Thank you very much to have joined me to this reflections on sites on heritage and sustainable development. Today, our task is to protect these elements. should be done by local people, especially in sub-Saharan Africa, because the most important thing today is to renew things through going back to some traditional and local practices through the use of natural resources, because it's very important to, especially on issues of architecture in some regions of Africa, sub-Saharan Africa, especially around Lake Chad, because the communities there have some practices that allow them to preserve the environment and use some resources with some very local technical traditions. For example, how they deal with the forest, and because there are some things that we use them, for example, then we stop doing them for some times, and so that they can use, for example, some water flows for some time and stop them in order to allow these people to fight some insects. There are some other things in this. In sub-Saharan Africa, there is the notion of a sacred forests where the population did not use, for example, a particular space. They have some rituals. So through choosing or delineating these sacred forests, they can preserve some types of vegetation in a very rational way. And this is very important because this shows that in some African communities there is this relationship with the environment, and there is this desire to use natural resources rationally. There is also a tradition that we use the very minimum, and there is a third aspect, which are fishing techniques in these African local communities. These techniques allow for the reproduction of fish, and fish cannot be, for example, fished only in some particular moments. So there is a rational management of these resources. I would like to sum up and say that within the framework of sustainable development perspective through cultural heritage, it's very important that we should develop local knowledges in order to protect the environment and also to manage rationally and sustainably the use of resources, so that we can establish a relationship with the environment that does not harm the environment. So what we are doing is we should inventory these knowledges, and in architecture and also in fish, and on all fields we have the possibility to inventory, to index these knowledges, either in sub-Saharan Africa or in other regions of the world, and to encourage people, communities, to use these traditional knowledge, so that we are going to be in harmony, live in harmony with the environment. So I think that the environment, the development also should take into account these knowledges. So these knowledges, local knowledges, are designed to live in harmony with the environment. So I think elements of heritage, knowledge, and know-how today should should be used and should be made at the service of the community of the Islamic world and the whole world, because the Islamic world cannot live in isolation. This is my approach, and I think this is a call that is launched, and we think that within the strategy that we are conducting at ICESCO, this aspect is going to be further developed so that heritage be a door or a window to establish harmony between humans and the environment. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Muhammad. I think one of the main issues which we really need to think about is the division between culture and nature, because at times communities don't look at it in that way. They treat all the things the same, and we then divide it, and that can create issues. Now let's move on to Engineer Nawab, who is the first presenter to be present here to make a presentation.
Thank you, Doctor, for moderating this very important session that's very close to my heart, which is, of course, heritage and sustainable development. And, of course, this early morning, it's quite hectic, and you must be tired, especially in those last days. It's an honor to join you at this esteemed panel, along with other fellow panelists, Mr. Sagar from India, and of course the esteemed panelists who are joining us online. And thank you to ICESCO for hosting such an important sessions as well. As someone deeply invested in the youth engagement and global outreach, I see heritage is more than a connection to our past. It is a guidepost for our future. Heritage is not just about preserving our cultural identities, monuments, and traditions, but it's about safeguarding the identity, wisdom, and resilience of communities that have stood the test of time. However, climate change threatens this vital link between our past and future. Rising sea levels, extreme weather events, and shifting ecosystems are eroding not only our physical heritage sites, but also the intangible traditions, languages, and practices that define our cultural identities. For example, in my home country of Pakistan, the Mohenjo-daro, a UNESCO World Heritage Site, were severely damaged by the devastating floods of 2022. This was not just an environmental crisis, but a cultural one, as the centuries of history and identity risk being lost to climate inaction. Our heritage holds the wisdom to adapt and survive. Indigenous practices rooted in harmony with nature offer solutions to mitigate and adapt to the climate crisis. This is particularly crucial for the young people who can learn from and carry forward these sustainable practices while infusing them with modern innovations. As we discuss sustainable development, let us remember that protecting heritage is not just about conserving the past, it is about empowering the present and shaping the future. By integrating heritage conservation into climate policies and amplifying the voices of communities who are custodians of this heritage, we can create inclusive and sustainable pathways to combat climate change. Let us commit today a world where the wisdom of our heritage becomes the foundation of climate resilience. Together, we can ensure that future generations inherit not just a livable planet, but also the richness of human history and culture that defines who we are. Thank you.
Thank you so much for emphasizing the youth. I think for me, is not just about the future, it is about the present. It is their life today. Life is now, and they have to play a part in our heritage. Heritage is about what we do today, not so much about the past. Yes, probably the future, but more today. Let's move on to Dr. Osama Nahas, an expert online from ICESCO. Is it, or is Dr. Bilal instead? It's Bilal Chebi from ICESCO making the presentation. We can't hear you. We can't hear you. Yeah, now you're okay. No, again you are back. We can't hear you. Maybe whilst we are fixing the connection, we can move on to Saga. Maybe you can make your presentation now. Saga is from India and is joining us on this topic. Bilal, let's wait and we'll try and see whether the connection is fixed. Thank you.
Thank you so much for having me in the first place, and apologies for turning up a bit late. I would say that heritage has been quite important because even if you look at the number of species that have gone extinct due to human intervention and the amount of species that will go extinct even as we face the climate crisis as it takes place today. Like our future generations, I am afraid that they will not know what an elephant actually looks like in person. And that is quite scary. Another aspect of this is also when it comes to heritage, I'm thinking about the number of, like, due to rising sea levels or due to desertification, what are the ruins that will be lost cause of it? Because, like, I don't want to imagine a world where I know this is not going to happen in like the foreseeable future, or it is not really that much of a possibility according to what I know. But imagine going to Egypt and then telling like your grandchildren that over here once the pyramid stood there. And I would like them to see that, and I would like to have climate action being in tie-ups with heritage preservation, because even understanding how our past is kind of helps shape how the people of today and how the next generation think. Because even from like the past civilizations like Harappa or Indus Valley civilizations, we've gotten a lot of insights as to how they used to live, and we've tried to incorporate those as well. You can try to imagine a future where if fire was not discovered, or if certain monuments were not discovered, then you would kind of think about, like, that thought will not come in your mind that how did they do it. And I think that is also what drives innovation today, is looking at the past, seeing what was done, and using that as a point of reference to drive human progress. So I would say that I will echo your points as well, that not only does heritage matter for the future, it matters for the present, because the present is what drives our future as well and makes it a better place.
Very good.
Okay, I don't know if we can try Dr. Bilal. Are you on? Dr. Bilal, it doesn't seem to be working, which means we do not have two presenters coming to us. Now, I wanted to go back to Dr. Abdullah Aziz, if you're still there, and wanted to find out from you whether the idea of the idea you presented, which is about tourism and communities coming together and having this sustainable development in the area, whether this would be applicable in most places, in your opinion.
Thank you very much, Professor Maduro. Thank you for giving me the chance to elaborate further on this successful case study. I truly believe it does, and the wonderful, aspect of this initiative that it was a bottom-up approach. So it was an approach where the community get together, the community could see the benefit of protecting this heritage and of not demolishing it, and of working together to present this amazing destination, which I really would like to invite everybody who's listening to me now to come and experience that. I think it is replicable. I mean, the challenges that were faced in this particular initiative or in similar initiative is, for example, the issue of conservation. So community knowledge with technical issues to do with conservation, for example, or the material that need to be used might be slightly challenging and might be technical. So I would say that it is applicable. There should be support from organizations like ICESCO, like UNESCO, and like national governments and national authorities to equip the communities with knowledge on how to, what materials can be used to really maintain the heritage further. Really what I would like to say definitely that once there is a business case, workable business case to protect the environment or to protect the cultural environment or the natural environment, community becomes willing to do that because they could see directly the benefit that could happen.
I'm not so sure whether, Bilal, are you on or... Okay, we can't hear you. Can you speak?
You can't?
Yeah, okay. Good. Can you make your presentation?
Okay?
Yes, now it's now okay. Can you make your presentation?
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Thank you very much, Doctor. شكرا جزيلا على تنظيم هذه الفقرة
Thank
حول
you very much for organizing this session for sustainable development. In the beginning, I would like to remind you of some concepts and terminology. Yes, it's okay.
It's okay.
I would like to go back to some concepts because we are talking about a very important topic, which is integrating the notion of sustainable development especially in heritage. I would like to take tourism. First of all, sites and landmarks and the relationship with the local communities and using the local knowledge, traditional knowledge, because cultural and civilization heritage is an important part of collective identity. This is why we should respect and preserve this heritage and preserve traditions. So the approach should be holistic, not an approach that is related to heritage. Dr. Nora talked about this. So sustainable tourism should be a long-term approach that is designed to strike a balance between sustainable development of local communities and also to preserve ecological and cultural assets. It does mean also that tourism should be a means of enjoying a heritage. So the responsibility is societal and it is common to all. tourism should not be based on exhausting and overusing local heritage. So the relationship between heritage and tourism is very important. And they should, I think that cultural heritage should be integrated within tourism. ICESCO has launched an initiative on supporting heritage sites and natural heritage sites. Sustainable tourism allows local communities also should be part of sustainability or sustainable development. If we look at sustainable tourism from this perspective, it's going to support and contribute to local development and also to revenues. But as I said, there should be a strategy strategy that links all of stakeholders, governments, international organizations, civil society, and tourism businesses. There are a lot of challenges in linking heritage with sustainability in order to preserve a balance between tourism and heritage and sustainability. So historical sites may be endangered if there is no such a balance, and especially the interventions on heritage sites. There are other opportunities around these sites. There should be should shed light on some very low or sites which are not well known, in order to mitigate or alleviate pressure against the well-known sites. Education and raising awareness in order to enable local communities to preserve their heritage. Just wanted to take to tackle the issue from this perspective, especially sustainable tourism, because this is heritage and sustainable development are very important, and they have a lot of very intertwined aspects and a lot of stakeholders that can play good roles here. So I think that sustainable tourism would be a tool to preserve heritage and the protection of the environment. I would like to call all to engage with us to develop and in order to preserve the sites in the Islamic world. And we know a lot of the sites that are endangered in the Islamic world. So I thank you very much, Dr. Ndoro. And I thank you for inviting me to participate. And I'm going to stay with you for more time until in case we need. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Bilal, for the issue which you have raised on sustainability and tourism. And one of the questions which any one of you can probably try and answer or try and give a thought is whether sustainability of heritage is equal to tourism or to, should I put it mildly, to cash. Anyone who wants to, even on those online, if you want to.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. I think this is a very important aspect of adding value as a part of like, adding another value to this discussion, being marketizing it is a business entity as well. In my part of the world, there is huge heritage sites, mostly related to some religious heritage sites as well, like Buddhism. And we have hosted large number of Buddhist tourists back in Pakistan. And I think it's not only a tourism, but it's also actually linked to the humans' values and, of course, the religion, which is integral part of human development as well. So I believe in that this can further aid it into economies. If we see here in Azerbaijan, there are several heritage sites that are preserved by UNESCO in collaboration with the government of Azerbaijan. And there are like thousands of tourists used to go. Personally, I used to travel around the world, and whenever I see uh, any UNESCO heritage site with a UNESCO board, I just take a left or right on the road, and I just want to visit them. And I, of course, when I visit there, I pay a fees as well. So it's not only aiding to the national economies, but it's also aiding to the local economies as well. And it's become a part of actually, livelihoods for those who are living nearby. And another aspect that can be also added to it is it's also bring the cultures from different part of the world. For example, if I'm traveling across China, and if I'm traveling across another part of the world, I am bringing Pakistani culture back to that world just because of this UNESCO heritage or heritage sites. So I think it's also aiding a values of connecting human beings and understanding the culture, understanding each other, which further enhancing the tolerance and, of course, aiming, further aiding into the sustainable development. Thank you.
I don't know if people on the link, anyone wants to make a comment? Maybe these issues will come up later on the other sessions, because we are going to be dealing with heritage and development in the following session. So I want to thank all the presenters for your presentation, and we will continue later with other sessions on heritage. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you.
raise up the volume.
Okay, all right, perfect. Loud and clear.
For the PowerPoint.
Can you? Oh, you're over there, yeah? No, just one person, so it seems like I talked to someone. Yes. Can you sit here? Okay, we're going to start very soon. Good afternoon, everyone. It's been always good to be here with all of you, and welcome to ICESCO Pavilion in the last few days to conclusion of COP29. I'm very happy to be here, and it's a pleasure as always to welcome you in this panel discussions. We are going to discuss now about decarbonizing road transport innovations and policies for electric and hydrogen vehicle technologies. So first, I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to COMSATS for co-organizing this panel. This session also marks the last sessions that we are co-organizing throughout this COP29. It's been a pleasure, Sir, Excellency, Ambassador Nafi Zakaria, to work with you and your team. Dr. Mewish, Dr. Huma, and all COMSATS team and partners, we thank Your Excellency for this fruitful collaboration. Now, about the session that we are going to cover, the global transport sector, it contributes nearly to 1/4 of all energy-related greenhouse gas emissions worldwide, making it the decarbonization not just a goal, but also a necessity. As we aim to achieving net zero emission by 2050, road transport emerged as both a challenge and an opportunity to make substantial systemic changes. Now, we know that innovation is needed for electric and hydrogen vehicle technologies, which will be revolutionizing the way we think about mobility. This advancement promise cleaner air, reduce reliance on fossil fuels, and a significant reduction in global emission. However, their successful adoption depends not only technological breakthroughs, but also on the right mix of supportive policies, infrastructure investments, and public-private partnerships. Today, our distinguished panelists will bring diverse perspectives from engineering and policy making to environmental advocacy and business leadership. I'm hoping to see interesting discussions into the challenges and opportunities of this transition. It is essential also to recognize that decarbonizing of road transport is more than an environmental imperative. It's also economic opportunity, unlocking new industries, creating green jobs, and ensuring a resilient future. Thank you for being part of this panel, to all audience and esteemed speakers. I look forward to enriching and fruitful discussions. Now, before we start our technical discussion, I would like to welcome Excellency Ambassador Nafi Zakaria, who is connected with us virtually. Hello, Ambassador. Can you hear me?
Yes. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum. Thank you very much. I can hear you loud and clear.
Please, the floor is yours, Ambassador.
Am I audible?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, thank you very much. I would like to welcome everyone to this event, including the distinguished panelists as well as the distinguished audience there. I would like to congratulate ECUSF for the event, and I want to thank the collaborators ICESCO, PACE, and TBTAC. I also want to thank my own team for this perfect coordination and the amount of work they have put in, the energies and the efforts they have put in to put everything together. I think this, in my view, this decarbonizing road transport is a very excellent choice as a focus area. Climate change is neither a recent phenomenon, nor there is a single factor or sector or even era responsible for this complex challenge that we face today. During the 20th century world wars, particularly the two world wars we have witnessed, and the subsequent era wars that we have also witnessed. Then green revolution with the chemical fertilizers element in it, industrial revolution using high emission fuels for development of economies have contributed significantly to the environmental degradation and generating health issues for all the living beings, not just humans. Despite all the technological advancements for production of energy to drive economies, fossil fuel sources have the largest share and hence a source of carbon emission to the atmosphere. Transport sector is among the significant contributors, as the worthy moderator has mentioned, to the environmental pollution. In COMSET's case studies in this regard, we have carried out certain case studies in this regard. And Pakistan, a founding member of COMSETs and a Global South country, in our case study, we have noted that they have like 38 million vehicles on its road at any given time. And these vehicles are basically internal combustion engine vehicles, which consume fossil fuel and petroleum and emit emissions, carbon dioxide. Now, according to Pakistan Bureau of Statistics, transport sector emitted 51 million tons of carbon dioxide in 2021. It is the highest ever. And the previous years, as well as in the succeeding years, the average had been like more 22 million metric tons of CO2, which Pakistan transport sector actually emits to the atmosphere. Now, in the case of developing countries, use of internal combustion engines, that is ICE vehicles, sector is a double-edged sword. It not only emits tens of millions of tons, uses fossil fuel, depriving the production sector, that is industry sector, from using that fuel for a better purpose. It is important to do a country-wise calculation of transport sector's contribution.
Freezes. Hello, Ambassador. Can you hear me? I think there is a connection issue with Ambassador Nafis Zakaria. I think he's got.
Oh, I think we got disconnected. Am I audible now?
Yeah, we are now with you again, Ambassador. Please go ahead.
Hello?
Yes,
Am I
Ambassador.
audible?
Yes. Yes, Ambassador. Please go ahead. Hello, Ambassador, can you hear me? Hello, Ambassador.
Farman,
yes, we can hear you. Ambassador, can you hear us?
Yeah, now we can hear you. I think we got disconnected.
All right.
No,
Please go
ahead.
Go ahead.
I was at the point that we must do some country-wise calculation of transport sector's contribution to the overall carbon emission in the atmosphere in that particular country and beyond. So this should be done country-wise. For decarbonizing the transport sector, mere carbon credits incentives is not enough. I think international organizations such as UNFCCC should set timelines with carrot and stick approach for adaptation to the electric vehicles and use of hydrogen as a source of energy. A yearly report on a member states' policy initiatives towards decarbonizing of road transport, among other sectors, may be made mandatory. COMSETS is a platform of 27 member states which drives its strength from its 25 centers of excellence. We have developed our own electric vehicle technology along with innovations in the associated fields. We are willing to play a lead role in this drive of adaptation to EVs to decarbonize the transport sector, not just in Pakistan, but also in other member states, whoever is willing to engage and benefit from the breakthrough that we have achieved. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. All right. Now let's start with the panel discussions. We have our speakers with us. The first one, I would like to introduce Engineer Khalid Raza, Sustainable Energy Professional of Eco Science Foundation, who is joining us online. Hello, Engineer Khalid Raza. Can you hear us?
Hello, yes, I can. Thank you for taking me on board.
All right, welcome, sir. And then the second one, on my right is Engineer Khalid Salmi, Sustainable Energy Management Expert of RECRE. Welcome, sir. And on my left is Dr. Gizem Çakmak, Chief Researcher of TÜBİTAK Marmara Center of Turkey. Welcome, Doctor. To begin the session, I would like to request Dr. Gizem, who is going to present us about this whole issue of decarbonizing in transport sector and hydrogen energy. She will give a presentation to set the stage of all the discussion that we are going to have right now. Dr. Gizem, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I also would like to thank ICESCO and COMSAT Secretariat for organizing this event and for inviting us to participate to this event. I am working for the National Research Council of Turkey, TÜBİTAK, Marmara Research Center indeed. And can I? Okay. And if I need to give a small introduction to the TÜBİTAK, it's the leading agency for management, funding, and conduct of research activities in Turkey. And we have different divisions dealing with the different research areas. And in TÜBİTAK Marmara Research Center, we mainly work on climate and life sciences, material sciences, and energy technologies, indeed. And for today's talk, we are talking about a net zero roadmap for the transportation, for the global transportation. And indeed, as mentioned earlier, the carbon dioxide emissions from transportation are increasing day by day. As compared to 19 levels, there is an increase around 80%. And their share also in terms of global carbon dioxide emission from fossil fuel combustion is also quite high. It's almost 20%. We can say it like that. And for the future, if we need to drive a net zero roadmap from these levels, we need to rely on lots of new technologies that are not really readily applied in the market right now. And you can see from the screen a proposal or a modeling work of International Energy Agency, for which they assume that, especially for passenger cars, we will rely on electric vehicles. On the other hand, for buses and heavy trucks, we may also rely on other low carbon fuels like hydrogen and the others. And therefore, we need to, especially the developing countries, need to work on the commercialization of these technologies indeed. And if we would like to achieve, apart from that, the net zero in transportation sector, okay, the first point is the electrification of all means of transportation, including the ships and aviation as well. Maybe for the aviation, there could be some alternative fuels and technologies as well. And especially for the long-range transportation, we can talk about biofuels, and hydrogen also will be an important element of this. Apart from that, we need to improve the efficiency of our transportation modes. We need to optimize the transportation modes within our cities, and also we need to improve the efficiency of our of the vehicles in a way. Within this improved efficiency, we can also count on the material science, where we need to provide lightweight materials, etc. So this is a huge topic and needs to be dealt with the net zero transportation goals. Another point is the urban planning point. Indeed, within urbans, we can create some policies. For example, low emission zones that would drive the adoption of these electric vehicles. And all these are also counted on urban planning. So there is also much to do under this topic. And the last part is the policy and regulatory measures. For the R&D, I think this is also quite important. We need a support from the government as well, from the public resources, and public resources also needs to be enhanced with the collaboration in private sector finance. Therefore, policy and regulatory measures could be a starting point for that. And from that point, I would like to mention a strategy roadmap that has been prepared for Turkey by the Ministry of Science and Technology lately on mobility vehicles and technologies. Within this roadmap of Turkey, our ministry has worked with public institutions, private companies, research and academia, and NGOs. So it was a quite diverse group of people who helped the preparation of this roadmap. And then we had some goals for 2030 to reach our also country's goal. Turkey has a goal to reach net zero by 2053. So on this way, transportation will have an important role. And within these goals, firstly, we were planning to reach localization rates of 75% for the electric vehicles, for the production of electric vehicles. And as a consequence of this, we will have the increased share of these means, increased share of electric vehicles in exports to 35%. Another point is the development of high technological advancements, and providing support to the innovation and entrepreneurship. Indeed, within these goals, within the strategy of Turkey's roadmap, we are planning to be world's top 5 production countries for LCVs and HCVs. And all these goals also rely on the human capital and infrastructure. Therefore, we need to also build upon the human capital. In particular, we are planning to have some support for the OEM producers, especially with regards to the localization. And all these are quite related to the R&D. And within this roadmap, we have defined R&D research areas that our government will provide some incentives for the future. And these are production of fuel cells, recycling of batteries, high-tech and lightweight materials as part of the efficiency, autonomous systems, and hydrogen vehicles for long-distance transport. So these are all a part of our roadmap. And from the perspective of TÜBİTAK Marmara Research Center, within our energy technologies group, we are working on different projects related to this net zero goal of transportation. And the beginning of this project, one of these projects, it's not the beginning but a recent project, it was on the polymer electrolyte membrane electrolyte development. Within this project, we have the chance to develop a laboratory scale system. And this project is an example of public collaboration. So we had the chance to collaborate with another research institute of Turkey, which is on the TERMAK, which is on the energy, nuclear, and mining research indeed. And within this project, we had an award as well for the hydrogen technologies. And we see this project, the production of hydrogen, will provide support for the following ones, like this one. This is also an ongoing project, Escalate. It's an Horizon Europe project indeed, and we have 37 partners all around the world, mainly from Turkey, but also we have partners from Germany and Italy. I may remember right? But you can see them on the map. And within this project, our aim also is to integrate fuel cells to the existing heavy commercial platforms. And we will use, our team will use these fuel cells in a way to extend the range of these vehicles in general. And our aim, our goal is to reach somewhere around 800 kilometers. And this is an ongoing project, and we believe that this will provide quite a huge impact on the transition to net zero within our country. Since, for the fuel cells, there is a report that predicts there will be around 4 million fuel cells vehicles around 2050. And therefore, to produce this amount of fuel cells within our national capacities, we combine our research capacities under these kind of projects. Another point, hydrogen will be used, but there need to be resources that are renewable for the hydrogen production. And we have a pilot plant in TÜBİTAK's area in Kocaeli. We have a biomass gasification technology. It depends on that. And within that, this was also supported by the national resources, by the public funding, and we had 2 different universities as partners within this project. Again, this is an example of collaboration with the research centers and academia. And within this project, we had the chance to produce hydrogen with a purity of 90%, above 90%. Another following project, this is also, we have 2 sisters projects on hydrogen. We believe that there should be a hydrogen ecosystem in general. Therefore, we have 2 different projects on the South Marmara of Turkey. And within this project, we are trying to provide a hydrogen ecosystem, hydrogen platform. This one is mainly on the development of electrolyzers, and we are working with some national private sector companies and also development agency. And with this, we will have the chance to use the renewable sources to produce hydrogen within this region. And a follow-up project to this one. This one is also supported by the European Commission Horizon program. And within this one, we are working on the use of hydrogen on different sectors. And these sectors also include transportation, but also includes some industrial sectors like ceramic production or glass production. And within all these ideas, our aim is to create a hydrogen valley. This is a concept of the project. And we have, again, partners from different countries. And we believe that all these will also help us with the transition to net zero in the transportation sector. And we believe that hydrogen economy is something quite important for our research as well. I would like to finish my presentation and thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Gizem. I think it is very good to see what the initiatives that is currently been doing in TÜBİTAK with all the research in terms of hydrogens and everything. But also I want to a little bit comment that decarbonizing in transport sector, it can be a little bit tricky because when you show that the energy mix needed, it will come from the majority of fuel, which is petrol, like maybe around 90%. We are now in with the oil, right? And then moving to the more diverse set of energy mix. So it will require a lot of investment in infrastructures. And when we are talking about hydrogen, we are talking about green hydrogen as well, right? Because also this hydrogen production needs to be supported from renewable energy as well. Thank you very much. I'm coming back to you later, but to follow up about this. Now I would like to come to our online speaker, Engineer Khalid Raza. I would like to ask you, from all our this decarbonization in transport sector and hydrogen development, do you think what policy framework and regulations that will be more effective in accelerating this adaptation of low carbon transport solution in the eco region? Please, floor is yours.
Thank you, Dr. Faham. It's a pleasure to be part of this very important conversation. And my gratitude to all the hosts and the partners for coming together. So when we design or when we try to understand the landscape of decarbonizing road transport sector, it's very important that first we need to think holistically, and we need to think in terms of the avoid, shift, and improve strategy. What it entails is that first, the city planners or the government or the policy regulation need to address in decreasing the demand for transportation. So that's the first goal, and then is to shift to further those cleaner sources of transportation, either through public transportation or other means where we significantly reduce the transportation demand. So the electric vehicles or the hydrogen technologies comes as the third priority in terms of designing the decarbonization policy. So this is the improved strategy. So we have conducted studies within the region and outside the region with the Central Asian Regional Economic Corporation in CAREC. So we have gained interesting insights into what goes into successful regulation and policies. Well, by far, if you look at the current adoption of electric vehicles around the world, so if you take into this account the early period where starting in the early 2010s, only those countries had a substantial adoption rates, those who had provided purchase incentives. But when we look at the ECO region, in the ECO region, it includes Iran, Pakistan, Turkey, and majorly Central Asian economies. We do not have that luxury or financial capacity to provide the purchase subsidies. But what we see is that since most of these member countries, they rely on imports of electric vehicles at the current stage, so the waiver of import duties plays a very important role from the policy perspective. And what we have seen is in last year, the ECO region as a whole, they imported $3 billion worth of electric vehicles from China, alone from China. And majority of those imports went to Kazakhstan, Kyrgyz Republic, and Azerbaijan, and Tajikistan as well. So these are smaller economies compared to Turkey or Pakistan. But despite the fact that they have achieved significant adoption rate compared to Pakistan, the reason being that they have provided substantial leverage on purchase of the import duty waivers. The second aspect of this policy or regulations are the mandated national targets, where we see that, for instance, those countries, those who provide clear strategy for adopting the targets, those are improving at a substantial rate. The third important aspect is the tax subsidies. So those could be included as a purchase tax, value-added tax, or sales tax or excise. So there are a number of sales tax waivers that the member countries have provided. And so that's important. Last but not least is the preferential loans, because it's very important to understand the single most barrier to EV adoption right now is the higher purchase cost of electric vehicles in compared to traditional internal combustion engine vehicles. So how do you reduce that purchase cost is with those policy instruments that I did. And preferential loans plays an important role, because if you look at the upfront cost of an EV, it's higher than traditional vehicle, but the life cycle cost or the levelized cost of ownership of this electric vehicle is much less than, because of the reason that there will be substantial savings in the fuels. So if there are any instruments that can reduce the upfront cost, there's always a positive relation. And some of the vehicles that have smaller range batteries, the levelized cost of ownership is already competitive with the traditional vehicles. So preferential loans also play an important role. So these are some of the instruments that we've analyzed that they are going to make a significant impact on EV adoption. There are other factors that we see from non-fiscal incentives as well. So those could be, free parking or the acceptability and adoptability of charging infrastructure is also very important. Uh, so in that sense, again, if you look at the successful adoption rates, those countries where the governments have put in the initial investment to reduce this risk of underutilized infrastructure, because there's a challenge, there's a chicken and egg problem, because there are not enough vehicles on the road. That's why the private sector is hesitant to invest in charging infrastructure. And once there are not enough charging infrastructure, the consumers are hesitant to buy electric vehicles. So if that is the chicken and egg situation, so how do you address this? So this is where, again, the government backed incentives play an important role, where they can reduce the initial risk of putting in the adequate charging infrastructure, only providing the basic coverage at the first, so that the market gains confidence and the consumers also get confidence to adopt to EVs. So these are a few policy regulations that we think that they will play an important role in EV adoption in the long run. My last comment on that would be, because majority of the member countries of ECO, we rely on imports of electric vehicles. The important consideration is either now some of those countries, it doesn't make economic sense to produce electric vehicles. For instance, Azerbaijan, Kazakhstan, Azerbaijan, Kyrgyz Republic, Tajikistan. So these are smaller economies. Their total production is not more than 10,000 units a year. So it doesn't provide economic sense to produce electric vehicle locally. So they would have to import. But there are countries like Pakistan, Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan. They are the substantial automotive manufacturers at the moment. And the local industry is already established in terms of the assembling capacities. So it's easy to shift to electric vehicles in these particular three countries: Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan, Pakistan. But rest of the countries will have to rely on purely imports. So the important consideration is how do we reduce the cost of EV? It's the single most factor in reducing the EV's cost is the battery manufacturing. Right now, the battery costs are within the range of $130 to $150 per kilowatt hour per unit. And our analysis suggests that if that comes down to $100, it would make cost competitive. So the electric vehicles and traditional vehicles, the price would coincide if we reach that $100 mark. And so the important aspect of this transition would be either some of the countries need to wait so that the global market prices of batteries come down to $100 mark, so that the cost is coincides with the traditional vehicles, or we continue to invest and the governments need to put in a lot of infrastructure and assembling capabilities into it so that we can reduce the average local manufacturing cost. So these are some of the policy instruments that we see that will make a significant and substantial impact on EV adoption in the ECO region. Thank you very much, and I look forward to follow up if you have any.
Thank you. Thank you so much. You well put it in the good way. Like you started with the holistic things of looking at things, not just looking at how we wanted to put this technology in terms of transportation, but in a urban perspective kind of point of view. And then you are coming also to the various financial instruments that is already out there. It is like either we are giving a carrot or we are going to give a stick. Either we are going to make the new technology cheaper or we make the old technology more expensive. Thank you so much. Now, I would like to come to engineer Khalid Salmi from RECRI. So we have seen like there are so many countries already started to emerge as a green hydrogen players, such as, for example, in Morocco and Namibia in Africa. So leveraging this affordable renewable energy and the advancement and electrolysis analysis, how can other developing countries effectively monetize electric and hydrogen vehicle technologies domestically? And what strategies to ensure economic viability, foster local innovation, and contribute meaningfully to the global decarbonization of road transport? Please, sir.
Thank you very much. Allow me first to thank you for engaging RECRI in such a discussion about one of the very important segments when it comes to the green economy in general, which is the green mobility. My name is Khalid Salmi. I'm Senior Energy Management Expert at the Regional Center for Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency. We are an intergovernmental organization with diplomatic status, and we work as the technical arm of the League of Arab States when it comes to energy matters. We have 17 member states, and we work to promote renewable energy and energy efficiency practices across the Arab region. Actually, the green mobility in general is one of the main pillars of our strategic vision in the Arab countries to also help our member states to meet their commitments when it comes to climate energy agendas internationally. Several countries are also committed to decarbonize their economies, and I think they are relying heavily on the green mobility and transportation, and also to reduce either the energy consumption in the mobility and transportation sectors, and also reduce the carbon emissions raised from this sector. I can share with you examples, like for example in United Arab Emirates, they developed what is called Dubai Green Mobility Strategy, and it's a very important strategy that is really underlying and highlighting several aspects on how to develop a green mobility based on the local economic context and local energy context in a given country. This strategy have three main axes. The first one is to leverage on the already developed infrastructure on Dubai, and also to try to more develop the EV charging stations mainly. Then to develop more the research and development on this side, to start also creating local value chain for EVs and for also fuel-based vehicles. Electric vehicles, and also the what is called how we call the hydrogen-based vehicles. I forgot the name. Sorry. Fuel cell-based vehicles, and also they are leveraging on the private-public partnership between the government and also the private sector, mainly the private developers internationally. We have also another very important example, which is Morocco. The Moroccan Kingdom is one of the leaders actually in their region and also worldwide when it comes to renewable energy. So they have a very important and very aggressive targets, if we can say, to develop their renewable energy capacities to reach at least 52% by the horizon of the year 2030. Currently, Morocco has also developed a national strategy about the green hydrogen, and he's trying to also catch a share of the green hydrogen market worldwide. And the study shows that Morocco could also capture, I think, from 2 to 4% from the worldwide market of the green hydrogen. You have mentioned the Moroccan example and also Namibia. And I think there are two African countries who are and who have have a really a very important potential for green hydrogen production, green hydrogen exports, and green hydrogen utilization in the local markets. This coupled with developing also their infrastructure, developing also their local industry when it comes to the raw material processing, for example, needed for the electrical vehicles industry, also developing the local infrastructure. Importantly, the charging stations, and also trying to engage with the international stakeholders, mainly the international developers. Morocco, for example, recently have concluded an agreement with the giant Chinese, the BYD company, to start developing a local manufacturing unit in Morocco to produce electrical vehicles. I think in Egypt also they are also trying to make effort to also start initiating this industry in the local country. But in summary, also I need to highlight the Saudi Arabia, because it's one of the very important examples. In Neom City, Saudi Arabia are trying to create a local brand of electrical vehicles, and they are also targeting to start producing electrical vehicles locally in Saudi Arabia to be used in the country and to also start exporting to the neighbor countries. This is aligned with their vision for 2023 also, coupled with other segments like, for example, developing renewable energy, green hydrogen, and so on. So, as a summary, I think from the region where I come from, which is the Arab region, I think we can say that the economy and energy context is the same, mainly in North Africa and the Middle East. Maybe in the Gulf countries, the story is different. But the developing countries need to rely on developing their infrastructure, mainly developing the local value chain, especially for the raw material processing and equipment. And third, they also need to rely on the research and development to foster more this industry. Another last important thing is to also try to cooperate and exchange knowledge. We need to also focus on the regional cooperation and the bilateral cooperation between those countries, because, as I say, they have the same context, so they can also learn from each other, and they can, yes, take some takeaways from each other experience. I can add, if you have another round of intervention, I can add more. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Like, there is a note about how we have to start from locally to grow the business, the value chain locally, and for that where there is a gap of knowledge, like countries should cooperate into each other, increasing their capacity to improve this whole industry. Thank you very much also to mentioning about some best practices in the region and the way forward in this region. Now I would like to return back to Dr. Gizem. Like I earlier stated that it will be a very challenging transition in transport sector, because it was heavily dependent on petroleum, and then in the next few years we wanted it to be more diverse. We will want majority of will be powered by electricity, and then some of them will be from hydrogen. First, I would like to ask you, do you think this future energy mix for transportation is the way that is supposed to go? And if yes, what are the barriers of implementation of this energy mix, which consists of mostly electricity and hydrogen?
Thank you very much for the questions, and I would like to also thank for the previous speakers on their expressions. I also agree with them. Transportation sector needs a huge transformation indeed. And from the viewpoint of R&D in our country, we, as I said before, we, at least our institution, mainly focused on the hydrogen ecosystem right now with the projects. Because we believe that there is not only for the transportation, but for all the sectors, there will be a huge demand for the hydrogen. And we need in the field actors that produce hydrogen, distribute hydrogen, and able to store hydrogen, and then the end users that they can have this hydrogen in their production or in their use for the transportation within the fuel cells. For the other sectors, there are different technologies. And from this point, for the R&D as well, and for the implementation as well, I think the biggest barrier is the cost, capex cost, opex cost. All of them are a part of the R&D studies as well. And to have these barriers much easier for the researchers, for the R&D studies, I think public investments, public sectors, and needs to take some initiative for the starting of these kind of projects. And also the collaboration is quite important. As I show you some of the examples, we had the chance, we still have the chance to collaborate with different countries. Within the last project, I forgot to remember, but Morocco is also a part of that project. So we have the ability to work with different countries to increase our capacity on the production of these technologies. Because at the end, we will be heavily dependent on these technologies, and we need to increase our local capacities on the production of these technologies. And for that, the ecosystem understanding is quite important. Therefore, we need to increase the capacities of all these actors in the ecosystems, both technology providers, the providers that the OEM providers indeed, and then the end users as well. I think this is what I can say for now. Thank you.
Thank you so much. One thing I was very interesting is like about we need to include all stakeholders, not just the producers, but also the end users and also in the stakeholders in between, right? Thank you so much for your remarks. And I would like to come back to Engineer Khalil Raza. Are you still with us, Engineer Khalil Raza? Okay. So, well, how critical do you think that the decarbonization of electricity grids in realizing the full climate benefits of electric vehicles, and what strategies should be prioritized to achieve this?
Thanks, Dr. Faham. Perhaps Ambassador Zakaria would like to have some comment if you would like to. I'll finish my comment and perhaps you can give floor to Dr.
Sure.
Ambassador Zakaria.
Ambassador, do you have any comments? Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. In fact, I was listening to the roadmap and the different views of both the panelists. I just wanted to invite the attention and I think the necessity of having an analysis, a country-based analysis in the case of adaptation from fossil fuels or internal combustion engine vehicles to electric vehicles. And in this regard, it is very important to consider the factors of economy, the socioeconomic factors, and also the technology. I think we have carried out a study of Pakistan. When we keep the study of Pakistan in front of us, we realize that if we just touch upon one segment of the transport sector, that is two-wheelers, motorbikes, there are 28.7 million motorbikes on road at any given time in Pakistan. And out of these 28 million motorbikes, 25 million belong to the people of modest means. They do not have the capacity to change or sell it or convert it on their own to the EV. Or they can buy a new EV from the market. So it is not their capacity. So this is a socio-economic factor or economical factor in which the majority of the motorcycle users in Pakistan, their factor has to be, this idea has to be kept in mind. Now for that, definitely as Madam from Tivitak, she said that support from the government sector, public sector would be of great significance and very important. It will be an imperative. So I think I agree with her because without a policy initiative in that direction, it may not be possible. And then there are a conflict of interest and conflicting interest in which those who provide the fossil fuel as a source in the transport sector, and the transport sector, as my colleague from ECSF said, that the infrastructure is already in place for those countries where the automobiles are being manufactured in large number. So I think there will be a clash of interest. So that has to be kept in mind. And this is where the government policy initiative would come in, and the government support would matter. So I suggest that analysis would be very important from keeping in view these factors, as I mentioned, the economic factor, the socio-economic factor, the social factor, and the affordability factor of the majority of the people using ICE vehicles.
Thank you, Excellency, for your comments. It is indeed, we really need a comprehensive analysis, country-based analysis or regional-based analysis, including the socio-economic analysis to how to make this whole transportation, decarbonization in transportation sector happening. Unfortunately, Engineer Riza, we don't have more time, so I have to close immediately. But before closing, I would like to show the video message from the president of ICESCO.
Dear participants, a very good morning to you all. On behalf of East Science Foundation, I would like to express my deepest congratulations to CAMSTAS, ICESCO, TUBITEC, and FACE for hosting this very important session on decarbonizing the road transport sector, innovations and policies for electric and hydrogen vehicle technologies here at COP29 in Baku. As we know, the road transport sector is a major contributor to greenhouse gas emissions, and finding urgent, innovative solutions for its decarbonization is extremely important to address from the climate perspective. Electric vehicles offer a promising pathway to accelerate the shift away from internal combustion engines. The good news is that we already have commercially viable technology to make these transitions and achieve our climate goals. Electric mobility stands as one of the most accessible solutions, the low-hanging fruit we can leverage to decarbonize road transport effectively and immediately. However, I truly believe that scaling up EV adoption will require robust policy frameworks and financial support, particularly for developing countries. We have seen that with the right policies in place, both developing and developed economy can drive high growth in the EV sector. I am optimistic that the experts gathered today will offer practical and forward-thinking policy recommendations to help our leaders take meaningful action toward our shared climate goals. At the East Science Foundation, we are fully committed to promoting EVs, supporting our member countries through technical advisory, and driving impactful initiatives that build sustainable and low carbon futures. Rest assured, our work in this space will work to grow in the years to come. Thank you for your valuable support, cooperation, and partnership.
With this, we are at the end of our sessions. I would like to thank very much to our all esteemed guests, Engineer Khalid Raza, who is joining us online, Engineer Khalid Salmi from Rekri, thank you so much, sir, and Dr. Gizem Çakmak from TÜBİTAK Turkey. Thank you so much, and we are hoping for future collaboration. Thank you. Now, can you hear me? Can you hear me clearly? Remove. Now you cannot.
I think we should start. On time. I think we can start. If you don't mind, we can start. Is it? You're from the same country? Hello, can we start? Hello, can we start? Let me welcome you all to this session on cultural diplomacy and tourism and heritage, trying to balance development and conservation. I have 3 speakers here. Mr. Farik Jamai, the head of International Cooperation Department from the Ministry of Culture in Azerbaijan. We also have Dr. Ziba Ahmed. I hope he's online. He's a writer and researcher from Morocco, Kingdom of Morocco. We also have Dr. Sabrin Ali Azim from the UAE. She actually surprised me. She's a face surgeon. That's quite interesting. I also have Mahanaz Anwar, also from the UAE, Ministry of Culture, and she'll also join us in this discussion. As we go into the discussion, let me just try, can we put the slide on? The slide, please. Okay. I just thought that before we start the discussion, I would introduce some of the elements which you might be talking about on diplomacy, tourism, and heritage. I think all this defines what a heritage resource is. And in many ways, it defines a lot of things. But what we can do is to say that heritage is about identity. It is about us. And therefore, even though most people might not realize it, it is the stimulant to development. Without identity, you cannot even initiate any development or any issues related to that. It is an asset to community, to the private sector, and to government. It is not just confined to government alone. If we are going to have any sustainable development, it means we have to include all the stakeholders together. It is also about ownership. Who owns heritage? Who has access to it? We might use it for different things, but we can also make sure that it is owned by the right people. I just want to show you this slide rather provocatively, because it is also about today, the conflict zones in the world today. And the question is, how can heritage lead to the silencing of the guns? How do we create peace from heritage? It's a big challenge, and I know that we may not have the answers, but I'm sure the head of international relations might want to have a go and give us an idea of what we're talking about. Thank you so much, sir. If you can take us through.
Thank you so much. It's a real pleasure to take part in today's panel session with the distinguished speakers. As you mentioned, culture diplomacy, and this is really, huge as a part of public diplomacy, as part of the soft power. This is like a exchange of information, exchange of the knowledge, exchange of the heritage sites, exchange of the relations between the communities. This is a kind of the part of the soft power to maybe reduce the tensions between some conflicts, sometimes the tensions between the countries. This is in tools, like a platform that we really have to use in different ways and different positions and different directions. So as a country with a huge and large historical and same the cultural heritage, the countries would like to make precisely, not only in national level, to develop and to promote the culture. Of course, they have to develop the international, local, they should be developed. At the same time, in order to be very successful, in order to increase the image of the country, the countries should need to use some tools such as culture. The cultural diplomacy they have make even very essential tool for making some solutions in the world, in global solutions. We're talking about the climate, we're talking about the ecology, we're talking about some different economic issues as well, and tourism as well. So this is a linkage, as you see, we can use it in different levels, in different positions. Azerbaijan, as you mentioned, is with a rich culture. They're using this diplomatic culture for the image making, visibility, and at the same time to solve to be the interconnection with the different countries. So this is the intercultural dialogue that you're using with international level, like the humanitarian forums, the Peace for Culture initiatives, Culture for Climate initiative. This is a way how we can promote our culture international arena, and at the same time with the cooperation with the bilateral and multilateral level. So they have different levels for the participation at the same time. That's why we have to use this tool with cooperation with international organizations, like you mentioned, with UNESCO, with ICESCO, with the other regional, like a TÜRKSOY, and the ECO, OIC, and etc. This will be the way how to promote. At the same time, with using different, the levels and like arts festivals, some national cultural days. This is the way the Azerbaijan using towards promoting the culture. At the same time, with solutioning some tensions between the countries, and for the restoration, the level of cooperation with other countries, which would have, we can use this tool as a main part. And I think for further steps, we have to consider, involve the cultural diplomacy to solve some tensions I mentioned, conflict resolutions as well. In this regard to these heritage issues and promoting and protection of heritage sites, you know, that Azerbaijan was more than 30 years under occupation, and more than 20% of Azerbaijan lands were under occupation, and our monuments and our historical sites were damaged, and some of them stolen. And nowadays we see how is a big challenge we faced with this occupation. So our heritage and most of our sites were totally destroyed. And nowadays we have a collaboration with others, international, our neighbor and brother countries for the restoration of these sites and heritage, and which is not easy, of course, because we more than 30 years it was really totally destroyed. And using this international cooperation, we in experts, different regions, organizations, we would like to we aimed to preserve and to not allow to continue such kind of vandalism against to the national and heritage, and protect our culture. In this regard, Azerbaijan is same time using some tools. As I mentioned, we opened more than 8 Azerbaijan cultural centers in different countries, especially in the European countries, and same time in Central Asia. And we, of course, we are trying to expand the number of this cultural week because to this as a promotional tool. And we're going to use the different social platforms and different digital instruments, innovations for the to promote the culture and increase the visibility image of the country. But at the same time, the culture, as you know, they have a linkage with other sectors like ecosystem and ecological and the same time tourism sectors. And tourism as a part of the, the image making also have a connection, because without culture, without our some monuments, or without our heritage, we cannot actually to show something. That's why tourism and the culture is interconnecting, and they have a big, like a bridge between each other. Therefore, tourism as a tool and the culture as a part of this tool, we can use it together. And this is will be benefit for the generally for the sustainability of the sector, at the same time to development of the cultural economy, and sometimes will increase the promote the country's cultural heritage within and abroad. Therefore, further steps will be to develop such collaboration with relevant institutions and the global arena, and we aim actually to really to showcase, to exhibit our old heritage with and increase the visibility of the country through these tools. And we have that the cultural diplomacy should be more deeply distributed and to introduce it to all the communities. And these tools will be maybe future for along with the public diplomacy, and will be we have to broadly use this for solve the challenge, solve some our and be targeted for solving some of the issues. Thank you for your attention. Yes.
Thank you so much for the insight into diplomacy and cultural heritage. And I was just, I have been impressed by the restoration in Swisha and places like that. And I was just wondering, as part of the diplomacy, whether Azerbaijan could actually showcase this beyond Azerbaijan, so that people can see that even after conflict, yes, conflict is very painful, but there are these things which you can do after in order to restore culture. Is this something which you might want to consider?
Definitely. Before conflict and during the conflict and after conflict. So now is the time to come to peace. So the peace is, as I mentioned, is a tool for one of the people for the cultural diplomacy. So we have to more precisely, along with the restoration of our lands, and along with the rehabilitation of the territories of Azerbaijan, and increasing the situation, economic situation in these sites, we need to look forward for the solutions for the peace resolution with the targeting to the culture diplomacy. In this regard, as you mentioned, actually, the role of the international community and the role of the in the national and international level, all the stakeholders is important. And at the same time, the correlation and with the private sector, public-private partnership in this field is also very important. Because without the government, by himself, it's not easy for them to cover all the issues. And the role of the private sector that will be should be taken into consideration, and all this is within this methodology. This is a method we can actually easily and in a short time to finalize our target with regard to the restoration and preservation of our cultural heritage in the after the post-conflict period.
Thank you. I would certainly encourage the government of Azerbaijan to showcase what they have done. I know it has not been easy. It has taken many years, but after war, the guns were silenced, and now it's time to enjoy the peace and make sure that cultural heritage is part and parcel of that enjoyment. I'm not so sure whether Dr. Hamid is online. Is Dr. Hamid online? It doesn't look like we have him online. Dr. Azim, would you like to share with us your thoughts?
Definitely. First of all, it's...
he's online.
Oh, okay, great.
Okay, we would rather have you first, if that's okay with you. Can you give us your presentation, and then we can discuss after that. Welcome to the workshop. Hello, can you hear us? Can you hear us?
نعم الدكتور صابر معك.
Yes. Okay, can you make your presentation now? Welcome to the workshop. We don't seem to be communicating, and therefore, Dr. Azam, if you can make your presentation, and then we'll come back to Ahmad.
Yeah, thank you so much, dear moderator and panelists and the auditorium that we have here today. First of all, I would like to use the opportunity to thank the COP organization team for organizing an amazing event. At the same time, before traveling here, actually, as I just told you, I'm a specialist and PhD in oral and maxillofacial surgery. And when I said in UAE that I'm going to Azerbaijan, to Baku for COP29, I got a question that what it has to do with the healthcare. And same I got as a question from the panelist. In fact, as an academician, I have to say that we demand today interdisciplinary approach in everything, which is not excluding the tourism as well. And I think that a most rapidly growing sector is a medical tourism that sometimes we escape and miss. It's very important to collaborate, to exchange our thoughts, experiences in order to understand what are the demands of the medical tourism to be able to address it. Because we need to understand that medical tourism is not a healthcare anymore. It's also a part of introducing the country, introducing the heritage, the history of the country to people, to patients who are coming from outside. We need today to have the eco-friendly environment, practices to achieve the sustainability. And as just Mr. Farouk was saying about the previously occupied region, Karabakh, which I believe the most important part that was supposed to be first to be restored was hospitals, isn't it? Even during the war, because I was a part of the volunteering association of Azerbaijan doctors, and the most important part was actually having a good hospital or the area where we could address the soldiers and during the war. So my message today is to have a collaboration with the healthcare professionals in order to achieve the goal. Thank you so much.
So given the fact that there is climate change affecting the world, are we seeing new health problems which affect tourism, which affect heritage in any way?
See, actually, when we speak about the climate change and the tourism, or medical tourism specifically, I believe that sometimes there is unnecessarily travels for the medical reasons, isn't it? So there are certain things that can be done in the country itself, and misusing, the airplanes, having extraordinary effects on the climate and the regions is unnecessary. This is the reason why I think that we need to understand the demand. What are the current practices? What are the current diseases that could be treated in the country itself? And in which situations we need to actually send them abroad.
But these will be common diseases which are not brought by climate change in any way.
This is what, sorry?
These will be common diseases which cannot be attributed to climate change.
See, what are currently the common diseases that are available? Right? For example, if we don't go very far, recently we had even the COVID-19, isn't it? At the same time, nowadays we have the heat stress, right? That is actually done by the climate change. And nowadays it's affecting the patients all over the world that needs to be addressed. And it seems that the healthcare became the interesting part of the tourism.
Yeah, me coming from Africa, obviously, I've seen, because with the climate change, I've seen the increase in malaria because of water and issues like that. And that in itself leads to high mortality, particularly among the children. I don't know if the Prof is here. Dr. Ahmed, are we linked? Let's try again and see.
أسمعكم بشكل جيد.
Okay.
مرحبا.
Okay. Is it possible to make your presentation now?
نعم أنا أسمعك بشكل جيد. شكرا جزيلا لدولة أذربيجان على تنظيم هذا المنتدى والشكر موصول.
We don't have translation.
ICESCO.
Just wait. We need translation.
هذا الملتقى المتعلق بالدبلوماسية الثقافية والسياحية في التراث. السياحية في التراث.
Just 1 minute. 1 minute. Let's get to see if we can get translation. Translation into Arabic.
It's not from outside. It's the translator. He's not translating from ICESCO. It's not from outside.
Unfortunately, it looks like there's no translation from Arabic. I'm really sorry about that. Is there any? Because you are outside ICESCO, it becomes a little bit tricky to translate.
In a short way.
Yeah?
I can make it in a short way.
Okay, someone says go ahead and they will summarize it for us. Okay. What do you say?
الشكر موصول مجددا للسيسكو على احتضان هذا الملتقى الدبلوماسية الثقافية والسياحية في التراث، والشكر موصول لأذربيجان لسيسكو كما قلت على احتضان هذا الملتقى. هو في الحقيقة عندما نتحدث عن الدبلوماسية الثقافية بعلاقتها بالسياحة.
عن إذنك ممكن بس شوي عشان أقدر أترجم.
Okay.
تمام. So I will be short as I said. So he's extending his appreciation to the ICESCO, to Azerbaijan for organizing such an important tourism related and heritage related discussion today. تفضل.
نعم. عندما نتحدث عن الدبلوماسية الثقافية في علاقتها بالسياحة وفي علاقة ذلك بالتراث، سواء التراث المادي أو التراث المكتوب والتراث الذي في بطون الكتب، فإننا نتحدث عن الأنثروبولوجيا الإنسانية في شكلها العام.
Just 1 second. So he's saying whenever we speak about the heritage, right? So we need to consider also the human related التراث الإيش قلت الإنساني.
التراث الإنساني المادي منه
financial related humanitarian heritage.
هذا التراث المادي والعلمي المتصل بالمعمار والمتصل بالطبخ والمتصل بطريقة اللباس والمتصل بكل أنماط وأشكال الحضارة يحضر فيه الإنسان.
It's related to everything, related to the clothes, related to the culture-wise. تمام.
حضور هذا الإنسان بهذا الشكل. الإنسان كائن متنقل من نقطة إلى أخرى، من مكان إلى آخر، فالإنسان بطبعه يهاجر ويتنقل في كل المعمور.
So it's about a migration. Basically, the human or the person, he is the one who will be migrating from a country to another country and showcasing what I understand is the culture, as he just mentioned, his country-related culture. نعم تفضل.
هذا التنقل ممكن يكون نتيجة سفر، ممكن يكون نتيجة سياحة، ممكن يكون نتيجة تحول جغرافي من نقطة إلى أخرى، له عوامل متعددة.
So it can be related to the geographical migration. At the same time, it can be just correlated to tourism as well, or personal needs, let's say.
هذا التنقل في مكنوه في مضمونه تكمن الدبلوماسية، لأن كل واحد ينتقل إلى مكان آخر في العالم فهو يحمل معه تصورا للعيش وتصورا للحياة وتصورا للوجود، وبالتالي فهو رسول لتلك الثقافة التي ينتمي إليها.
Okay, we need to understand that basically all of this together is considered to be a diplomacy, because the person who will be migrating from a place to place, he will be a messenger of his own country while traveling to another country.
إذن الآن عبر العالم رسل الدبلوماسية موجودين في كل مكان. مثلا في رسل للدبلوماسية الثقافية مثلا عندنا في المغرب محسوبين على الدولة الأذربيجانية مثلا، وفيه مغاربة عبر العالم، سفراء للثقافة المغربية أو المغربية في كل مكان، في أذربيجان، في الصين، في الهند، في كل مكان، فهم يعبرون عن نمط معين للثقافة. هنا تكمن الدبلوماسية والتواصل الحضاري والثقافي.
طيب. So he's basically saying that the best example of this is the diplomatical people who are, for example, available at the moment in Azerbaijan, who are representing المغرب, صح? Morocco?
نعم, Morocco.
Yes, who are representing Morocco. So this is the diplomatical people, right? And at the same time, he's saying that there is another population who would also migrate to Azerbaijan to one or another reason, but still both of them are representing the culture and the country of Morocco.
لا أريد أن أطيل عليكم. في هذا السياق نحن اليوم في عالم تطبعه العولمة وتطبعه الكونية. إذن العالم اليوم في تواصل ثقافي دبلوماسي بشكل أو بآخر على النت وعلى شبكة الإعلام، والآن تتشكل ثقافة مركبة يحضر فيها الثقافة العربية والثقافة الأوروبية والثقافة الإسلامية بكل تشعباتها من الشرق ومن الغرب. هكذا العالم الآن يتشكل من مختلف ثقافات.
Yeah, so basically he's saying that also we need to consider that nowadays, apart from the migration, there is also a media that is playing an important role, that is also representing the country, as he was saying just about Morocco, for example, that is representing the religion, which he mentioned Islam, at the same time the Arabic culture that is being represented through the media as well.
باختصار حتى لا أطيل لكي يختم الفكرة، إذا عدنا إلى
If we go back to the Islamic civilization, the point of strength is the nature of the cultural diplomacy that is adopted. And there are a lot of people in the Islamic culture, like Ibn Battuta, Sharif al-Idrisi, Ibn Hawqal, all of these are travelers who discovered a lot of cultures and and cultural systems which fall under the umbrella of the Islamic civilization.
Is that?
I think that's it.
Oh, okay. All right. Thank you so much on that. But I was just wondering, because we have official diplomacy, and then there is also the other side of diplomacy. If we are talking about immigration, migration, and all that, some of it is official, some of it is not official. I'm just wondering where we draw the line. Can you?
بما أنه موجود هنا, so is there anyone translating or you want me to proceed?
Translate.
Oh, okay. So you said if there is diplomatical and non-diplomatical, right?
Yes.
So where is the borderline? وين الخط؟ سؤاله بما أنك حكيت إنه في السياسي وغير السياسي، صح؟ فبهالحالة وين راح يكون الخط الأحمر ما بينهم؟ يعني الفرق ما بين الشخص اللي يعبر.
What is the difference between the person who is expressing? In fact, when talking about the political and the cultural, the first one to be successful and to be more effective and humanitarian and civilizational, to be fed by the cultural aspect, and we cannot talk about the political work which is mature, which takes into account patriotism without taking into consideration culture.
I think thank you so much for your presentation. We'll come back to some discussions, but I thought we could give Anwar a chance to share with us. You were talking about heritage and resilience. How does this figure out within our topic?
Thank you, Weber. Thank you to ICESCO for inviting the Ministry of Culture of the United Arab Emirates to participate. And thank you to our colleagues from Azerbaijan for hosting our ministerial on the 15th and everything. Grateful for many things, except the weather. It's not so nice after Dubai. So how we, in this project called the Group of Friends of Culture-Based Climate Action, have looked at culture heritage, is really from international cooperation concept. It's not about any national identity. It's not about tourism as a commercial economic thing, but really talking about, I think, partially what our esteemed doctor was saying right now. It's not unrelated to a deep history that we as Muslims have of getting a collective identity from this ongoing exchange of ideas which are cultural, right? Each of us comes from different geographical areas in the Islamic world, but we have shared touchstones. And some of those are stories because they're Quranic. Some of them are visual culture. Some of them are just visual language. But we really have something very exciting. Now, if you take that kind of thinking into the world of climate resilience, which is necessary for this urgent moment that we're in terms of climate adaptation specifically. And as you all know, the UAE framework for global resilience specifically mentions protection of cultural heritage, natural heritage, and these kinds of intangible heritage. Sorry, I'm repeating words over now. And how important they are to a community at the smallest level or even at the largest level, to feel a sense of strength to survive challenges like climate change. And that's how I really see it. Then there are obvious lessons learned that come from living in climates that have always been challenging in terms of water scarcity and temperature. How do we revert to or refer to climate responsive practices that our ancestors used, and not just always aim to be living in air conditioned boxes, glass boxes, even worse, like we do in the UAE, and instead really think about how we could be more responsible with our carbon footprint, more responsible with our use of water, of petrol, and teach better behavior. So raising awareness, teaching better behavior, all of those things will contribute to resilience. And we strongly believe that heritage, our national or regional, more specifically regional history, has a lot to give us. And this can be exchanged with other parts of the world. I don't know where I'm going with this anymore, but that's where I'll stop.
I think I can follow what you're saying quite a lot, because one of the challenges which I always have is that culture and cultural heritage has not been looked at as a possible solution to climate impact. Yeah, but what I'm just trying to say is that when you look at the heritage, the history of people, they've always adopted or adapted to changes, and those changes are related to climate change. And of course now the speed and the impact is much more rapid than before, but culture has always been central to how you respond to that. And I was just thinking in terms of issues related to particularly the Arab region, which is more desert-like, and now there are more rains at times, and that leads to new tragedies. And yet, perhaps it's a question of adaptation within time. And perhaps there is need for us sharing experiences of what is happening in different places, which again goes back to diplomacy and
I think if we start really looking at culture as something that is not proprietary and national, and look at it as a universal, much like our esteemed doctor was saying, as something that we don't own but we share, right? That's underscoring a lot of the kind of Al-Andalus or Ottoman cultural exchange, even Montesquieu. This is the thinking that we have to not be possessive. Culture should flow. It will create peace. It does create better trade, but it also creates a flow of knowledge about climate adaptation, which is going to be a question of survival soon. So if we as a group of friends can open up the flow of this kind of knowledge, facilitate it, move away from talking about tourism as an economic thing only, but talk about it as an exchange of ideas. And I like the romantic reading that we in the Islamic world have always been very, I love that. But I know some people don't, but there's a way of modernizing it. I'll figure it out. I haven't gotten there yet. But it's an exciting prospect if we open up our minds, but also our borders to sharing.
I still think that the challenge is the others recognizing the role of culture, because it's assumed, when you talk about climate change, it's about science. But at the same time, so what is science without culture? That's my own view. But I was just wondering whether, again, I want to go back to diplomacy, right? Whether with diplomacy, given what has happened in the past, where the heritage, particularly the management of heritage and all that, has always come from the West, coming to our places. How can we use diplomacy to counteract that impact? I don't know if you might want to.
I don't agree with that. The diplomacy comes on the Western side. Actually, this is a very comprehensively to say that this is I think that each nation's presence in different countries, I think this is diplomacy. Because every single nation, every single person will going abroad, and you're living there, and among another society, another community, this is a part of the diplomacy, because he's showing his culture. Because due to one person, the opinion of the one nation should be summarized, because if there is no another person living from that region, from that country, it means due to the one person, the nations, the person will distribute the culture, distribute the cuisine, distribute all the ideas about the same nation.
I lived in America. I know what you mean. I'm not disagreeing.
Yeah, that's why the diplomacy is more broader than this. We cannot say that has a destination. It will be in Asia. This will be in Africa. This is the sharing the cultural heritage, sharing the nation's ideology, and the sharing the global opinion of the nation. This is the diplomacy.
You don't think it happens at the individual level?
I think this is an individual level. It's not actually regard with the common vision of this comes from that or that another region. This is a common issue. And
now, I do understand the idea of individual to individual, and families moving to the next, and all that. And I think yes, it's part of diplomacy, but official diplomacy, right? I'm sure whether it's Azerbaijan or the UK, they decide which countries they are going to have a cultural relationship with. Officially, I'm not talking about individuals. And I'm just wondering, because there's no country which says, I'm going to have a relationship with everybody, right? They will say, okay, we want to perhaps work with Asia or with Africa or with the United Kingdom, and that's the diplomacy which I'm trying to.
Definitely, we're talking about the bilateral relations and the multilateral format. This is national interest. This is foreign policy of each country. So the government by themselves decide to which region, to which country they would like to extend relations and close ties. Of course, you should start with regional base, with your neighbors first, then to go to because of course the far distance is make us less relations, but it doesn't mean that we should not to go to this region and not to promote our culture and not to promote our nation. This is but if you think global, but do regional. I think so. Therefore, as I mentioned, this is depends on the mutual interest of the countries and the vision and foreign policy of each country's policy. This is when you actually exploring new countries, new destinations for making close relations, strengthening relations with the other nations.
I think that's what I was talking about. But at the same time, even within this COP29, not all nations are equal. Some are more equal than others, particularly when it comes to financial situations and trying to solve certain problems and issues like that. But I'm not going to go there. I ended up my first introduction with a slide on conflict. How can we, any one of you can try and help here, how can we solve conflict with heritage?
I think the countries should respect respect to each other, respect their culture, respect their heritage, and they need to find some middle point for the discussions. Everything should be made by the interconnections. So interconnection, people-to-people connection is very important in this case. If we can manage this and to organize the table, face-to-face connections, and try to probably through some within some platforms, regional or international platforms, to come into level of the negotiations. This will be the best way for that. But at the same time, some cultural migration or cultural events and cultural sharing will be the best for that. Starting with them, because should be some linkage between the connection people and the main instrument could be the cultural arts and heritage sharing between these distinction sites.
Thank you so much for the discussions which we have had, particularly on issues on diplomacy and cultural heritage, on issues of sustainability, community participation, and all these issues. These are issues which are very critical and key to the sustainability of heritage itself, and making sure that heritage contributes to communities. Unless someone wants to say something, can I probably end now? Thank you so much for coming to this workshop. Thank you.
Where are you located?
Rabat.
Rabat.
I met a lot of colleagues, Dr. Ahmed.
Yeah.
And then what is the other expert in water? Because what is Dr.
Hassan?
I think so, yeah.
Big guy?
Yeah. Very nice guy.
Yeah, he is funny and
We still have one more, yeah? Waiting for no problem. Yeah, just wait until she gets. Okay, I see. Also, while waiting for people to join us as well.
Actually, questions are very easy. Just if you can share like some success stories from your region. One question, can you do it?
No problem.
Yeah. You have a title which you will join the panel.
Okay.
So you want to do welcoming remarks?
Yeah, and then I will also.
Okay. Fine. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Is it working? Can you hear me? Okay. Good afternoon and welcome to today's session on unlocking the potential of youth and women in transforming food systems for climate action. Definitely, before we start, I want to thank ICESCO, and we are very grateful for hosting us here in this platform for this important discussion. Let me welcome our panelists. So we have here Dr. Nurlan, let me just, excuse me, Dr. Fahman Fathur Rahman. Dr. Fahman will be wearing two hats today. Okay, so he'll be welcoming us here to this pavilion in his capacity as expert in science and environment sectors at ICESCO. So he will be welcoming us and he will be part of the panel. Also, I want to welcome Ms. Noor Al-Jundi, who is Project Development Specialist at the International Center for Biosaline Agriculture, ICBA. And also Dr. Nurlan Amrahov, who is a PhD student, Department of Molecular Biology and Biotechnologies at Baku State University, Azerbaijan, and also Ms. Bal'is Salahuddin Ibrahim, who is a team lead in the Green Republic Farms from Nigeria. Okay, thank you very much. And I'll give the floor now to Dr. Fahman for his welcoming remarks.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dr. Fahman Faturrahman. I'm from Science and Environment sector of ICESCO. It's a very pleasure to be here in this couple of days, running a lot of sessions. I'm still see the good face of with the energy and to have more meaningful discussions and further our collaborations. Today, we are going to talk about unlocking the potential of youth and women and transforming food system for climate action. I'm very pleased to have Iqba on board with us in co-organizing this. We met Iqba in the kind of last minute to participate in this event and also engage with us in COP29, but we are very, very grateful with their collaborations. So as we know that youth and women hold immense untapped potential to drive systemic change in food system, which are central for climate solutions. However, their roles are often overlooked. Youth face brand of climate impacts, yet they are also key innovators, driving solutions, educators, policymakers, and leaders. Women, in the other side, are disproportionately affected by climate change, especially in food system, where they serve as producers, caretakers, and resource managers. Therefore, empowering both groups is very important, not only for equality, inclusiveness, but also for building effective and resilient system of climate action. Now, in the Islamic world, where our member states are located, with over 350 million youth, which represent about 30% of global youth populations, it offers remarkable opportunities to leadership and innovation in this regard. At ICESCO, we focus on enabling this potential through initiatives like the Climate Young Leaders Initiative, which we already conducted this year. We just started this year in 2 countries, covering 2 different regions, in Asian region and Arab region. We engage over 100 youth across various Asian and Arab countries. And also we have another initiative, which is 500,000 planting of highly effective trees, which has empowered local communities in Togo, Mauritania, and Gambia by planting around 50,000 trees and restoring about 100 hectare degraded land throughout the community-based approach. Now, today's session is a platform for us to exchange ideas, to have a meaningful conversation and share experience that can help the transformation in food system, empower communities, and enhance food security in the middle of our climate crisis. Once again, thank you all for being here. Thank you for all the audience. Thank you for all the speakers. And I look forward to the insightful and fruitful discussion.
Thank you very much, Dr. Fahman, for these remarks. And definitely thanks ICESCO again for hosting us here today for this important, really, topic. I will start with Iqba, since Iqba is organizing or co-organizing this. And I will start with Ms. Noor here. Iqba has hosted the local conference of youth, Al-Khoi UAE 2023, which produced a youth statement on climate action. What were some of the key takeaways from this event?
Thank you very much, Dr. Sherbel, and good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for having us today, ICESCO. It's really my pleasure to be with you all today. Yes, ICBA hosted the local conference of youth, Al-Khoi UAE 2023 last year, right before COP28. And I'm very pleased to share that it was really a very successful conference engaging more than 200 young people across the UAE to discuss climate-related challenges across key sectors from a youth perspective. For example, we had a session on climate finance and the NDCs led by UNICEF. We had a session on food loss and waste, gender equality, among many others. Also, I would like to share that we had a very nice and interactive workshops such as the climate fresk, the biodiversity collage. But as Dr. Sharbel has mentioned, I believe one of the most important outcomes of this conference was producing the UAE Youth Statement for 2023, which really reflected on insights collected from young people across the country, across many sectors. And the statement included more than 11 key themes that young people has reflected on and would like to advocate for, and this would includes food and nutrition security. We had also a statement on climate misinformation, of course energy transition and renewable energy, gender equality, as always it is a key issue, corporate sustainability, among others, and of course climate change adaptation and medication. And actually the statement was published and it is available online on our website if you'd like to learn more about it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Noor, for this. I think we all agree that every country, I think, should work on its youth, and then we know that at ICBA you have a lot of programs that are really around this particular thing, and really I encourage, myself, looking or hearing Noor what she's talking about in terms of all the topics that were covered in this meeting, and then how really those kids, basically, if I may say, hopefully they would appreciate more the things that we are doing, as research centers, as organizations, as governments, in order to really face these problems that we are facing. If they don't understand what the problem is and how they can really face it, I don't think we can change much, because as you know, youth, and as we all know, youth is the future. Thank you, Noor, again. But let me just ask one other question. Also, ICBA launched the Women's Alliance for Climate Action in Agriculture during COP28. So this is another initiative really launched by ICBA. Could you tell us more about the initiative and share some of the key successes achieved so far in this program?
Absolutely. ICBA has launched the Women Alliance for Climate Action in Agriculture, or what we call WACA, on the Gender Equality Day during COP28. And also I'm pleased to share that the alliance was launched by Her Excellency Razan Al Mubarak, who is the United Nations High-Level Climate Champion for COP28. Really, the main purpose of this alliance is to recognize that climate change is not gender neutral. Unfortunately, women, who constitute a very big portion of society, especially in agriculture areas and in rural areas, are affected the most by the impacts of climate change. So the purpose of this alliance is really to bring together, to create a platform, bring together scientists, farmers, researchers, the private sector as well, research centers and organizations to work together to address these issues. Our goal is quite ambitious, I would say. We want to reach and impact 1 million women globally by 2050. And I believe we can only achieve this goal if we really work together with different stakeholders across the world, not only in our region. And some of the very key achievements that I would like to share today is the regional dialogue that we had in Baku just a month ago, where we gathered women experts from the CAC region to really share with us what are the challenges they are facing in the agriculture sector in the light of climate change. How can we address them? How can we help them adapt to these challenges? And really the discussions were very fruitful, and now we are in the process of finalizing a report which will be published on our website soon as well. We also had another regional dialogue held last year in Uganda, in Kampala, Uganda, where we also met with some amazing women experts who shared with us some very interesting innovations and solutions when it comes to climate change, and the report is already published on our website. I would like also to mention that if you want to learn more about WACA, please do visit our website. It's waca-alliance.org, where you can find all our success stories, all our published reports, as well as you can pledge to become part of the WACA community, and you will be receiving more updates about our events, publications, workshops, and so on. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Noor. I mean, this is very ambitious goal, as a matter of fact, reaching out to those 1 million people. And I think I agree with you, I mean, like maybe this is very ambitious, 1 million, I mean, yes, it is 2050, but I think ICBA cannot do it alone. So everybody here in this forum, I mean, whether in here in this few people that we have, okay, here, but we are really trying to, or ICBA is trying to send the message through you, I mean, through all the people that we meet, like the activities or dialogues that were organized by ICBA, whether in Uganda or in Baku, and definitely more to come, hopefully. And I understand also that ICBA is also, I mean, focuses a lot on women. Other than the WACA, they have specific programs that are tailored for women, which really, I mean, something I think to salute. Thank you very much, Noor, again. Now I will go to Nurlan from the Department of Molecular Biology and Biotechnologies from Baku State University, Azerbaijan. Can you share some success stories of youth-led initiatives in your country and the CAC region in general that are contributing to climate action and sustainable agriculture?
Firstly, thank you very much for the invitation. I'm very grateful to be here and meet with you. Mainly, I want to say that considering to the world that there's a current experiencing with the climate change and the increasing carbon dioxide level, and as a result, the serious problems related to the climate change and other one, the questions arises of how to mitigate the consequences of these negative factors. For solving this, there are the different programs which was implemented in our country and in our region, as well as on the state level and also on the private efforts. On the state level, there are the different programs like the involvement of some idea leaders or the startup leaders and young farmers by giving them some grants, small grants. There is the different companies and the organization, governmental organization which are providing this. One of them is the COBIA. It's a small and medium business development agency of Azerbaijan, which are providing and helping to the young people to solve the critical problem on the field related to the agriculture. Also, I want to mention the moments related to the young scientists which are working in this field by providing the necessary agriculture crops and the good varieties of the plants. Sometimes I heard about that some of the scientists which gets good results related to the new varieties. They are creating some new varieties. They are establishing their own company and start producing and selling their products. So it's very wonderful that they are find the small grants and create their like private agents and start to producing their crops with a low price, and it helps them also to and it also helps to the farmers, young farmers, to create a collaboration with the young startup leaders. Also, as a third example, I can give the moment related to the subsidies which provided by our government to the agriculture machinery, instruments for sustainable agriculture, proposed by the President of Azerbaijan Republic. In this case, the government provides some grants and also some money and some subsidies for new irrigation systems, for example, on the field, which reducing the water consumption. And also, as a result, we can see how we are producing a lot of products without the over watering of our fields. So it's one of the example of these variants. And as a list, I want to say that in our university also there is established the new aquaponic systems several days ago. It was the startup of the young scientist women which created this idea to establish it for the studying, for education, and as well as the research. So after the establishing this system, right now the young students come there and see how it's working, the aquaponic systems, how they are, can integrate their knowledge to this system, how they can establish the new ideas based on it, or maybe they can change it and create something more wonderful and more useful. So it's just several examples. There are a lot of examples, but just several of them. Thank you very much.
Thank you, really. This is wonderful. You know, I mean, again, I mean, the way I see it, you know, I mean, youth definitely, I mean, they need the knowledge and they need the support, you know, I mean, so, and what I heard from Nurlan, you know, I mean, so the examples he gave, you know, it just like the knowledge through the education and all these things and the support from the government or the private sector. So at the end of the day, it is collective effort, you know, I mean, so whether it is the private sector, whether it is universities or academic institutions in general, research institutes, as well as definitely the government. So my next question to you, what are the most pressing needs in your community or region to ensure that the voices of youth are heard and acted upon in climate action and sustainable agriculture efforts?
Thank you very much again. So I think that there are several directions which can be highlighted to help the young generation in entering or introducing to the climate and agriculture initiatives. The first of them is education and knowledge. It's very important to have the specialized education in some fields to entering to this field and decide the problems related to it. The educated personas can identify the problems, also recognize the key concepts of these problems and use their or apply their knowledge to decide the problems. So it means that they have also integrate or use the new technologies for solving the problems, because it's very important to improve ourselves every time. Sometimes the people don't have the ability to somehow learning something, but the programs which can be involved in this process and will help to the new young scientists, young women which want to start their, for example, farming or something like that. It will be very helpful in this case. The second one, I think it's training and mobility programs, which will be very important in this case. So if the people have the high enthusiasm as in our young people and energy, they have to use it, but sometimes they don't know how to do it and what to do it with it, I mean. So for deciding it, they have to integrate their knowledge, but if they don't know something, how to make it, they have to learn it from abroad, from the experts from abroad, so it's necessary to join the mobility grants or join to the training courses for decided. Of course, there is some projects, programs right now which are supporting by the different organizations here and from different organizations from abroad. One of them is ICPA, which are providing the wonderful trainings to our students and the young scientists. ICESCO also involved in this process every time. So I thank them, all of you, for this collaboration, for helping the young scientists. And also there is a moment related to the contact and connection with the knowledge holders, because it's very important to have the contact with the expert from governmental or non-governmental organization for solving your problem on the field. Sometimes some people couldn't find the for example, the number of the expert for deciding a problem, and as a result, they are using the high concentration of fungicides or the high concentration or over watering their fields, and as a result, they lose all of their yields in the field. So it's very helpful to contact with the governmental, non-governmental experts or knowledge holders. And the last one is the collaboration with the farmers or young scientists or young farmers abroad, because sometimes these collaborations, these communities which they can create will give them the new ideas. They can collaborate on the new, how to say it, ideologies, which will create the new grants and which they will use on their fields, on their on their areas or communities. So I think that's important moments related to this question. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I just would like to comment on Dr. Nurlan's intervention. Actually, capacity development is very important, and it's really at the heart of everything we do at ICBA. We do have a capacity development component in all our projects. We do also have programs such as internships, postdocs, trainings, and so on. We also have a program called ICBA Yes, an initiative, I would say, which stands for ICBA Youth Engagement Society. It's really a platform designed to bring young people together from across the globe to share their sharing knowledge, best practices, and also to equip them with the right skills, as you mentioned, because sometimes they are interested, they are passionate about agriculture, but they don't have the right skills and tools to know when to irrigate, how to use the fertilizers, and so on. So this is something definitely we are always trying to work on. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nurlan. Thank you, Noor. I mean, definitely for those insightful ideas. As we heard from Nurlan, again, collaboration, knowledge transfer, harnessing the energy of youth. Just like there is a lot of energy, but this energy is, as we say in biochemistry, dissipated here and there. So it needs to be harnessed, one way or another, in order to really have them or give them what they want, then with the proper information provided, as you mentioned, from centers like ICBA or ICESCO or universities, or also the very important thing that you've mentioned, Nurlan, is the connection between the youth in the different countries. Maybe they have the similar problems. Maybe in one country they have solved that problem, that can help you, in another country to solve it. So this is very important. Thank you very much again. Now I'll turn to Ms. Bal'is, who is a team lead in the Green Republic Farms in Nigeria. So can you share some success stories of youth-led initiatives in your region that are contributing to climate action and sustainable agriculture?
Yes, thank you so much, and good afternoon, everyone. Thanks to ICBA and ICESCO for inviting me. Most of the time, conversations like this, you don't get to see young people or the farmers themselves come to tell their stories. So it's really a pleasure. So there are a lot of initiatives that are already existing. Unfortunately, not so much of the government initiative. They are mostly from young people who are seeing the problem and are putting in effort and innovation to be able to solve this problem. So I'm going to be highlighting some from Nigeria and from Rwanda and Kenya. So I'm going to start from Kenya since I'm from Nigeria. So Kenya has the Kenyan youth, they developed this app. It's like a tool that provide farmers with market information, farming tips, and climate resilient strategy. And this has been developed as a result of market linkages, that issues that they have in that region, in that country. And they see that technology can play a key role in helping farmers have access to market. And aside from that, it also helps farmers to have access to updated information and skills that they can use to keep enhancing their climate-smart agriculture. Also in Kenya, there is an organization called Youth Power. They do mangrove restoration, and they're very. It's led by a young guy, and is mobilizing other young people to be able to restore mangrove in that country. So these two are like very important efforts that young people are bringing together. Their initiative, they're identifying problems in their community and seeing how they can solve them. Then in Rwanda, there is the youth, Rwanda Youth Agripreneurs, where they are leveraging regenerative agriculture practices and technology to increase productivity and promote environmental conservation. So as much as young people are coming up with technology, new innovations, they're also ensuring that their innovation and strategy are not harming the environment, right? It's more of restoring the ecosystem. So this is an effort that is being made in Rwanda. And I think aside from this also, the Rwanda government is also putting in a lot of resources to support climate-smart farmers in Rwanda specifically. So in Nigeria, there is this Empowering Youth in Agribusiness. It's by Solace Farm Lab. So they have support from development partners where they're able to bring young people together from different states. In Nigeria, we operate the federation. So they have we have state governments, and yeah, we have 36 states and the federal capital. So they're able to bring young people from different backgrounds as long as you're interested in agriculture. And they house them for 3 months, paid, housing, feeding, and they train them on greenhouse construction, transplanting, seedling management, seedling raising, everything you can think of, right, in terms of that. So they are providing that resources for young people. So you don't necessarily have to travel to the Netherlands, to Israel to learn about greenhouse farming. So that provision is there. And for us at Green Republic Farms, to just highlight that what we do is we make sure that we work with immediate communities to do our work. So 85% of our staff are locally sourced, and that is because we want to also boost the livelihood of the people in the community, in the village where our farm is located. And we also try as much as possible that whenever we bring new innovations, for example, when we're constructing our first set of greenhouses, we brought them to see what is being done, how it's being done. Whenever we're raising seedlings, because they do conventional farming, they just pour seeds on the ridges, they don't understand the need for raising seedlings. So we bring them on, we raise the seedlings together, they see how it grows and how it's been transplanted, and they're part of the process. So these innovations also expose and expand the knowledge of local communities that you wouldn't even think of in the process. So what we're also doing now is we're now looking at how we can bring them in full time, especially the women, to start owning greenhouses, to start owning controlled environment open field farming system where they produce, we offtake, and we take to the market. So this way, the amount they're earning from us is increased, and they're able to send their children to good schools, they're able to buy good clothes for themselves, they're able to provide themselves with good food and water. So these are innovations that are already existing, and there are so many of them in Africa. However, it's just because we don't see more of the government perspective. And I like what he mentioned that the Bako University is doing. There are a couple of universities also in Nigeria, just to highlight. The Federal University of Agriculture in Abeokuta, they are really working. I mean, it's an agricultural university, and they've been able to adapt over time to new technology and innovation, and they've been able to introduce it to their students. So when you go to the school, you see students managing and control environment open field. You see students managing greenhouses. So at the point of graduation, you already have this knowledge and this capacity, and you can decide to replicate in your various communities. So yeah, thank you.
Really, thank you very much for this very important information coming from Africa. You know, I mean, you did not stick to Nigeria, your home country, you know, but I mean, she gave us examples from Rwanda and from Kenya, and there are very important key points that were mentioned there. Okay, starting with technologies and innovations, education, livelihood. You know, I mean, so all these things are very important. You know, and then yes, youth and women, they play a very important role in first of all in using those technologies and innovations and learning about them, and also the role of universities, you know, as you mentioned, you know, I mean, in transferring that knowledge to those young people. My next question to you, Bal'is, is what are the most pressing needs in Nigeria and in your region to ensure that the voice of youth are heard and acted upon in climate action and sustainable agriculture efforts?
That's a very, very important question, and I really wish that we had government in the room because most of the time I don't like to direct this type of response to development organizations because development partners prefer to come into the country through the government. They don't want to have business with you. They just want to go through the government. But by the time the government is stepping down, you know, whatever you're bringing in for us, it's like very petty, minimal resources. And so I think the first thing I will highlight is we need to invest more in research. You're already doing that in the university. ICBA is investing so much. I'm sure, yes, ICESCO is also doing a lot in that regard. But we need more resources to go into local research. For example, we use hybrid seeds, right? Can we start investing in research to see seeds that are compactable for our soil in Nigeria, in Kenya, in Rwanda, in Africa as a continent, instead of buying seed from Israel, from Netherlands, right? Can we start investing in production of renewable energy? We use renewable energy, we use solar power pumps at the farm, but it is very expensive. Not a lot of farmers can afford it. And that is because we are not locally producing it. So can we start investing resources into local production of renewable energy, solar power system for smallholder farmers, for climate innovators? And then we lack a lot around capacity building. You see a lot of young people bringing trainings, workshops, seminars together just to see how they can, in their own quarter, train young people in this aspect. But we don't need minimal sessions. We need large-scale sessions that are sustainable, that young people can access resources afterwards. Are you connecting them to finance? Are you connecting them to market after all of this training? Because if you train people, it's like you just abandon them afterwards and they can't use the training. And many of these training are also urbanized, right? They are not rural-based. So there are a lot of 90% of the food we eat is from the rural communities. So can we start stepping down trainings and capacity building to rural farmers, to rural climate actors, to mangrove people, you know, restoring the mangrove, to see how they can improve on their initiative. And then I think another thing I'd like to also emphasize is insurance. I think we had this discussion yesterday around insurance. The agricultural sector is one that a lot of people don't want to put their legs into. I don't know, would you invest in agriculture? That's like the question a lot of people ask. But agriculture is one of the most important things around the world, be it original or fake. We have to do it because we can't survive without food. And many of the processed food that we eat, they are originally from the farm. They're just processed into another farm to meet your taste bud. So we need to invest so much in that aspect, because if we are not, we're just really going around the clock. So I think those aspects are very, very important. And I think I would also want to highlight cross-connecting regions and countries together to share best practices. I think you mentioned it earlier, because most of the time we don't need new innovation. For example, in Nigeria, there are a lot of innovations. There are a lot of young people that are already driving innovations and activities around climate smart farming. So why does the government need to bring an expert from the US, from the UK, to come and do the same thing that is being done? So I think we need to start exploring what is already existing in our environment, how we can scale it at large to be able to get to other region and other community. And I think with that, we can move from highlighting problems to demonstrating more success stories. And just to cap it up, that I really appreciate what ICBA is doing. They shared a story yesterday about a project they're doing in Pakistan. And it's really amazing, because in Nigeria we also grow sorghum in the northern Nigeria, and hearing that you can put sorghum as bread, food that you can eat directly, it's really inspiring to me. So I think we need to have a platform where we can share all of these best practices. Then people can start leveraging these best practices. But when we develop this, we must make sure that it is localized, because it is from the people that are in the local community that can really create, more change in the agricultural sector. Thank you.
Really, thank you very much. That was very comprehensive, and I think there are a lot to learn from what you've just mentioned. Maybe ICBA is practicing that one way or another. Your university maybe is practicing this one way or another. But I think you mentioned it very, just as we said, you nailed it down. When you mentioned like we need to use the local energy, sort of speak, and then not necessarily, we introduce new innovations, new technologies, but there are a lot of practices that are really done locally, and then this should be really empowered, and help one way or another. Just one last thing, after listening to all this, from international organization like ICBA, from a private sector, I should say, activist, if I may say also, from a PhD student, in an academic institution, as ICESCO, how do you really use this information, if you will, to promote what we are talking about today?
Thank you so much. I would like to see it from different perspective, mentioning one of the key important dimension on how we can empower youth and women. So a few days ago in this pavilion, we also had a couple of sessions with youth talking about how is the best way to empower youth. Okay, and then one of the most important dimension is communication. How are we going to communicate with the youth? How to make them interest on what messages that we are going to tell them? As we know, like most of the leaders are now baby boomers. I don't know the numbers, but I'm sure baby boomers are most of the leaders in this world. I'm not accounted as youth anymore. I thought that many people think I'm still youth, but I'm not anymore. I'm a millennials. I'm coming from millennials. We are trying to go up to the ladder. So some of the leaders are millennials as well. Now, the Gen Z, the upcoming generation, this is a very important generation. Me as millennial, sometimes it's very difficult to understand this Gen Z. To talk, to understand them. Also from the Gen Z talking to us, sometimes there is a problem. So think about how Gen Z, as the growing generations, want to talk to the baby boomers, right? Which is the leader, decision makers. So this communication can be a missing link in all the approaches that we have all heard about today, the initiative, the capacity building, give them support, give them a place, a stage to do some innovative works and everything. We are all give about collaborations, but we need communication, good communication with them. So coming to that, linking with the agriculture sector, most of the agriculture sector, it is conducted in rural areas. And this agriculture sector, it is very important for most of our member states. It gives around 10% of the GDP in our member state, giving 30% of livelihood for our population. But there is also another problem of increasing urbanization. Youth, they don't want to stay in the rural areas anymore. They want to go to the city. Why? Because they don't have income, good income in the rural areas, in agriculture sector. I heard one good quotes about this. It's like, if we want to improve agriculture and improve agriculture sector, we need to make farmers richer. That's it. With this, young people will want to work in the agriculture sector. They want to stay in their homeland, to be more, to give back, to support the community over there. So at ICESCO, we have this great project that we started in 2021. It is called Wash for 10,000 rural schools in the Islamic world. What we did, we restored the wash facilities in rural schools, and we also give them trainings. So because we see that giving access to water and sanitation is also very important for women and youth in rural population, giving the health and better education, and so on and so forth. So yeah, that's my 3 cents, I guess, for this opportunity. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I think yes.
I think I just wanted to add that it's very easy to communicate with Gen Zs. For us, even though the farm is located in a village, we invest so much in documenting what we do at the farm and putting them on social media. Trust me, a lot of people have been inspired just by seeing my pictures at the farm. A lot of them have visited the farm, a lot of them have started their own farming, a lot of them are learning. So it's very, very easy. It is just using the creativity and your heart mind. Documenting pictures and documentary goes a long way to get the art of Gen Z. I'm just giving you a tip.
May I just before? Thank you very much, actually, for all the great interventions. I would like to conclude with giving an example of how powerful young people can be in really transforming food systems, which is very much the topic of our session today. I remember a few years back, we rarely saw this diversity of food options in menus, such as vegetarian and vegan options. And nowadays, you can really find it everywhere. In all restaurants, you can always find climate conscious, I would say, food options. And I believe this transformation is really youth-driven, very much youth-driven. It is the pressure they have put on the food industry, on restaurants and other stakeholders that really has made this transformation possible. Even like when you order a very simple coffee, you can find plant-based milk varieties. So I really believe this is an example of how powerful young people are, simply just because we are, I think, the largest portion of society and the population. So we can really put this pressure on food industries as consumers. And also I want to mention that this is something we have seen at COPs. Now we can see a very healthy and good food varieties, climate conscious food varieties at COPs, because this is because the young people are using social media to put really this pressure on the organizers that we want healthy food and sustainable diets as well. Thank you.
Thank you really very much, all of you, for this insightful, really, ideas that you gave. I just want to comment on what you mentioned. Really, yes, I think it's a global, I mean, just the movement from the rural areas to the urban areas because definitely of the income. But we have to remember, I think, and you mentioned it, it's not only about the money probably, because it's about the living circumstances, I mean, you mentioned education, you mentioned health. I mean, so if we need to support those people in those rural areas, whether they are youth or even old people, so I mean, you need to provide the education, you need to provide health, and then definitely agriculture would come as natural. Because this is where they live, this is where their parents, I mean, did the work in this land, and then we can take it from there. So definitely, I salute your efforts personally as ICBA, and I think we still have a few minutes if there are any questions to our panelists.
Thank you very much. Okay. Thank you very much for giving me a floor. It's just a small contribution. When my sister was talking about research that young people used to do, I think that historically, in many parts of Africa, when people discover new things, new knowledge, we used to hide it, to keep it for ourselves. I think that there is a few parts of that lead some difficulties. But thanks to God, young don't have that complex. When they discover things, they want to share it with others. I think that the way to help that innovation is, as she said, to find how to develop. I don't know if we have to develop a platform where young people can share their knowledge, their innovation with other young people so that in other parts of Africa we will not have to reinvent the wheel. Because sometimes you can see in Nigeria, people discover something, any innovation in food system. In Benin, my home country, and other people discover the same thing, but he will gain time if he know that in Nigeria there is something like that, and so that these young people will just have to improve what the others discover. That is my contribution. In part of research, I think that many things used to be done in universities. There is one university, one laboratory in the main university in Benin, where some teachers, I think that it's experience that can be shared. In that laboratory, each student, when they come in their first class, the teachers, the responsible of university, used to mandate all of them. What is the difficulty of agriculture of farmers in your country, in your village? And each one collects, when they have holidays, they collect the difficulties. In my village, tomatoes don't be very red. They are like this. They are too small. There is a lot of water inside, and that become your research for your training, so that you have to work on it in the laboratory. And then when you get a result, you have to return in your village to experiment it, to share with your local area people, so that many students become improving their communities' activities from this experience. I think that if this experience can be shared with others, university, I think that young people will more impact the food systems. That is my contribution. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, I think this is very important. I mean, again, reinventing the wheel, we don't need to do that. We don't need to reinvent the wheel. And this is really by transferring the knowledge. I think all throughout the discussion today, we talked, or the panelists talked about capacity development, transferring knowledge, so that we don't have to reinvent the wheel. I think our time is over. Thank you very much, and thank you for your attendance. Thank you.
Okay. Dr. Salik. Oh, Malik is not attending as well. Okay. Good afternoon, ladies. Yeah, you No, it's okay. You sit. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I think we better start. Let me introduce to you the panelists in this discussion on balancing development and heritage preservation. In a few minutes, I will introduce to you the concept notes on the topic. But let me first of all introduce to you the participants and those who are going to take part in this discussion. Dr. Maliki Al-Wadi, I understand, is not coming. You were supposed to be here, but he's not here. Dr. Andrew Potts is here. Thanks for coming. Amina Hamami is an expert from ICESCO, and he will join us online. Engineer Khalif from Cross Building, he will also he's supposed to be with us here, but he's not present here. Dr. Salik has been replaced by Dr. Sorry, I have to get Amina Abdallah Al-Balushi from Oman, who has joined us here to discuss this topic. In a few minutes, I will have my introduction to this discussion. Let me just ask these guys to put me through. Can we have the PowerPoint? Okay. Thank you. Yeah, I was taking this. So basically, the topic of balancing development and heritage is a very contentious issue because, again, when we develop heritage for sustainability or even for conservation, there are other things which we have to take into consideration. And this is something which we are all going to be discussing today and see how we can solve some of the problems. Balancing conservation and development is not an easy thing. If you are going to build a dam, a mine, or something which is going to benefit community, at times it may also affect the heritage. And at times it may also create new heritage in itself. So we have to be sure what are we trying to do here. Then there's also a heritage in urban areas. That in itself, urban development is always taking place, but heritage has to be developed all the time. The urban centers have got to develop all the time. Population increases. And again, I want to keep on saying that as they develop, remember also that's how heritage is created. Heritage is not just about the past, it is also about the current communities and how they interact with each other. That also means involving local communities. I think if we are talking about sustainability, we cannot exclude communities. We have to make sure that the communities are part and parcel of what we are doing. After all, it is their heritage. And if we don't include them, then, what are we doing? It cannot be of beneficiation to them. Whatever we do, we must also make sure that they benefit. Again, the issue is how do we balance heritage and development as we move forward. I think it's important for us to also bear in mind that cultural heritage itself is a fundamental factor in sustainable development. You can't develop without an identity. And for you to have an identity, you must have a heritage. And that's the only way you can make sure that the Sustainable Development Goals are achieved. Without further disturbance to your discussions, let me perhaps introduce the first speaker to our discussion, and this will be, sorry, Andrew Kurtz, can you start? Can we start with you?
Well, thank you, Dr. Weber. Thank you, Ndoro. As you heard, my name is Andrew Potts, and I'm here representing the Climate Heritage Network. A little bit about the CHN. We were founded in 2019, originally with the idea of mobilizing arts, culture, and heritage for climate action. And we spent some years with a focus on developing climate change as a thematic within cultural work, within the priorities and policies and activities of cultural actors and cultural institutions. And then in 2022, we decided to take a look at our own operations, and we realized that our ambition wasn't quite right. Yes, of course, focus on promoting the topic of climate change among culture colleagues, but we realized there was a more fundamental challenge at hand, and that is this: climate policy and planning as it exists is failing. I mean, this is not my words, this is what Secretary General Guterres said. He said the status quo is a damning indictment of failed climate leadership. We're on track to catastrophic 3 degrees of global warming. So what is missing? Who's not at the table? How did climate policy, why is climate policy and planning not able to deliver? And in our opinion, a big thing that's missing is attention to the social and cultural dimensions, both the social enablers and the social barriers to transformative climate action. Climate policy does focus on technology, on market solutions, but missing these social and cultural dimensions. And so we reoriented ourselves recently, and now we organize under a new action plan that has the motto, unlocking the power of culture to help people imagine and realize low carbon, just, climate resilient future. So this is really looking at the ways that culture and heritage help people imagine what a post-carbon world will look like, what a climate resilient world will look like. Not just a list of no-nos, things you can't do, market solutions, but really helping people imagine how things could be better in a post-carbon world. How? Well, first through heritage. Humans lived for a long time before we were addicted to fossil fuels. So what can we learn about the pre-carbon era that helps us imagine how we will live in a post-carbon era? Second, cosmovisions. There are lots of peoples around the world who never bought into the take, make, waste, extractive, linear systems that gave us anthropogenic climate change. So how do we elevate those cosmovisions, those knowledge systems in climate discourse? And lastly, arts and creativity can help us examine inherited mindsets. So that is a little bit about us, and I wrap up this phase, Ndoro, but just to answer your question more directly, in terms of balancing development and heritage preservation, we need to talk about how we are pushing for compatible development that is compatible to heritage values in this moment, for sure. But also I'd like to invite us to think more broadly about this entire development paradigm. The development paradigm we have now, we know doesn't work. It's leading us to exceed planetary boundaries. It's what's given us anthropogenic climate change. So we can't continue in this paradigm. We can't tinker at the edges and try to get buffer zones around monuments. I mean, we do it in the moment, but in the medium term, this whole paradigm has to change to get us back on track to 1.5 degrees. And so how does little heritage sector, how do we play into this? Well, if you read the UNESCO policy on climate action for world heritage that was adopted in 2023, it actually has some good direction. It makes this point. Yes, sustainable development. There has to be a focus on reducing poverty, on reducing inequality, on health outcomes, all the dimensions of sustainable development. Yes, climate action. We have to decarbonize. We have to address adaptation. But these cannot be two separate agendas. There's not enough time and money in the world to do two separate multi-trillion-dollar sustainable development agenda and climate action agenda. They have to be integrated into one agenda. And this, by the way, is what the World Heritage Policy says. And it says what we should all be focused on is what it calls climate resilient sustainable development. This is making sure that all development both advances sustainability goals, health, poverty, well-being, but simultaneously adaptation and mitigation. New development can't be increasing carbon. Climate action can't be increasing inequalities. We have to integrate these agendas, and there are a lot of ways that heritage actually can negotiate, can help navigate the integration of these two agendas, and that's a thing maybe we have time to talk about in a little while. So thank you for the question.
Just to be a climate skeptic, Andrew, I mean, human beings have been reacting to climate change over, should I say, millions of years. So why now? Why are we frightened now? Aren't we going to adapt and continue?
Well, it's good. Let's go back to first principles, to the fundamentals. The climate science, and when I say climate science, I mean not only Western science, but also other knowledge systems, plural knowledge systems, so multiple knowledge systems, including Western science, tell us that the climate change we're experiencing now cannot be explained by historic oscillations and variations in weather patterns. The climate disruption chaos that we're facing now is the result of aggravation of climate systems caused by human intervention, caused by the accumulation of greenhouse gases in the atmosphere, warming the planet. And so, of course, climate has oscillated and changed over time, including even the ice ages 10,000 years ago. Humans, sometimes with success, sometimes with failure, have attempted to adapt to these. And we can learn lessons from past adaptation to past climate. But in terms of the causes and trajectory of the change that we're facing now, it can't be explained by that experience. It is an order of magnitude, an order of rapidness that is unprecedented in millions of years of Earth history, and can only be explained by the consequences of humans failing to live within planetary boundaries, extracting and exploiting the Earth in ways it can't sustain, and changing our own climate.
So basically, we can not be able to adapt to the rapid changes which we ourselves have caused. And that's basically the issue. Let's try and connect with Amina Aman from ICESCO. I hope we have the link.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much. Let's hear from your side.
Thank you. I will share my screen, but I will speak in French, so kindly put you for the interpretation. I will try to share my screen. Hope that you see my screen. Do you see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Ah, thank you very much. Donc, ma petite... I will... nous allons explorer les défis.
We have explored the difficulties facing our cities and trying to find innovative solutions. This presentation presents the way how technology can, as a tool, can preserve our heritage urban heritage while ensuring a sustainable development. Our cities are or reflects our history and culture, and they are a unique and incomparable heritage. Our the challenge is to modernize these spaces while preserving their authentic character. In this in technological innovation, we try to find solutions to ensure preservation and development. It is essential to find a link between preservation and the development of our cities. Technological innovation can play a key role and ensure the sustainability of our urban landscape. One of the solutions are solutions of photography of laser 3D, which allows us to preserve the cultural heritage precisely. For example, the projects IARC use these technologies to create numerical digital archives. These 3D models serve as archives and as tools for planning, the restoration, and the preventive conservation. Thanks to these technologies, we can capture and preserve the cultural heritage in a complete manner. The augmented reality and virtual reality transform our way how we understand the cultural heritage. It allows us to have immersive experiences and interact with virtual reconstruction of heritage sites. For example, the ArcheoGuide project in Greek is a good example. Visitors can see the ancient temples. These technologies offer a contextual comprehension, unprecedented comprehension of history, and transform the manner in how we see our cultural heritage. Other technologies include blockchain, is a immersive technology which offers many possibilities to preserve culture or heritage. For example, the Versi Art project used the blockchains to create authenticity certificates. The blockchain allows us to ensure the integrity of works and protect the cultural heritage. These innovative technologies open the doors for many opportunities for countering or ensuring the preservation of heritage. Also, the artificial intelligence plays a key role in heritage preservation. For example, the project of Hyperion use artificial intelligence to analyze threats, and the algorithms allows us to analyze and predict the degradation of monuments and ensure a effective preservation of heritage. We use artificial intelligence also for digital restoration, such as the Repair project, which use robotics and artificial intelligence to reconstruct these ancient works. And another important thing is the sound heritage, which is very important, which is unfortunately neglected. For example, the project of Biosphere Soundscape, which is initiated by ICESCO It aims at raising the awareness of local communities and the global community about the importance of such indicator and the environmental health. To ensure awareness about this heritage. This study conducted during the COVID-19, and the objective was to ensure some related solutions are very fundamental. Another technology is the Internet of Things, which is very important for the conservation of heritage, thanks to captors which are installed on ancient buildings. Surveillance system allows us to identify the problems and take measures to ensure the preservation of heritage. An example is the project Smart Heritage, which use captures on ancient buildings in European cities. With these real-time data, we can prevent the threat facing our cultural heritage. The intelligent management of tourism flux is very important. With the predictive analysis, thanks to data, we can anticipate the trends and plan the resources. With real-time management, we can adjust dynamically the access. The amelioration or enhancement of experience by reducing, ensuring a best visit. And fourthly, the preservation of heritage, thanks we can protect the sites from frequent visits. We can also have a harmonious integration of modern infrastructure. We can have the intelligent lighting, creating some night landscapes, and we can reduce the use or consumption of energy. These innovations in terms shows how can cities can use technologies while preserving the heritage in our cities. The ethical use of technologies in preserving and documenting our cultural heritage in a responsible manner. It is very important to take into consideration or acknowledge the sound-related landscapes, the practical involvement of local communities is also very important. And technologies can serve as tools of recreation or co-creation to ensure participative innovation in managing our heritage. The challenge of accessibility is very important to ensure that all the public can benefit from the digital heritage, so as to protect the personal data. The sustainability of the digital solutions is very important. It is very important to ensure that these solutions can face the new challenges or the emerging challenges. there is also a need to strike a balance between the preservation and development. It is essential to encourage collaboration between various actors in technology, industry, as well as the local communities, so as to we should also implement measurement mechanisms. This will help us to ensure that our solutions are innovative and respect the cultural heritage. The artificial intelligence plays a key role in the preservation of our heritage by proposing solutions for preserving our heritage. Artificial intelligence offer experience for the visitors and the beneficiaries an integrated experience, bringing together the past, the present, and the future. These innovative technologies allow us to preserve the heritage while making it accessible to the public. But there are some environmental and challenges of data centers. For example, the energy consumptions and energy production for these data centers contribute to the climate change. The data centers requires a large amount of waters and as well as various sources of energy. In conclusion, we have gone in this presentation. We have seen how innovative technologies can serve the preservation of our heritage. The challenge is to strike a balance between progress and the preservation of heritage. We should ensure respect for our heritage and use innovative technologies as a mean, not as an end. And this include various actors like architects, urbanists, and local communities.
I would guess.
Thank you so much.
Okay, I thank you for the presentation on the use of AI in preservation, and I think it's quite clear that if it's used properly, we can have very useful results. But my question to you is, having 53 member states whose ability to have access to AI is not the same, how do we make sure that everybody benefits from such a situation?
On est en train de préparer déjà un dossier sur les indicateurs des technologies et culturelles pour l'ICESCO, pour parler et différencier.
To talk about the various differences between countries, but fortunately, talking about artificial intelligence and all technologies, there are many solutions which cost a lot of money and which and other means which are moderately costly, moderately requires money, but other solutions which are free. Artificial intelligence and technologies, there are many solutions we need experts in development, such as AI or IT experts. And low-code solutions and no-code solutions. And the problem is not the access to artificial intelligence or these new knowledge. Simply is access to the laptop and internet. And in my perspective, many countries are trying to work on this issue of access to, as I said, all these technologies. There are many solutions. I will give you another example, the augmented reality. Or for example, we have a museum and we can we turn this museum into an interactive mode. For example, a piece of art which recounts a story. It becomes free, and our friends can have access to such piece of arts freely. For example, my friend can have only a phone which costs nothing, and so learning and using artificial intelligence. Fortunately, all these solutions and cloud-based solutions, the calculations is on the servers. We need just a simple laptop or a smartphone.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. I think it's something which we still have to grapple with, to say how do we actually make sure that everybody has access to the technology. Let me now go to Dr. Amina. Perhaps you can enlighten us on the situations happening in Oman on the same topic.
Thank you very much, Doctor. So the Sultanate of Oman is a country with a rich heritage. We have more than 3,500 historical buildings which are registered in the Ministry of Heritage and Tourism in the Sultanate of Oman, 5 of which are World Heritage Sites, which the government is taking care to preserve and to develop. So the preservation of these historical buildings is a cornerstone with the government strategy to maintain the insurance of identity preservation and to develop tourism industry. Therefore, some of these sites are opened for the tourism activities. On the other side, especially in the World Heritage Sites, there are some challenges which we are facing with the urban development in the areas and the local community who are staying in within the area of these World Heritage Sites. So the local communities, they want to improve their quality of life. They want to change their style to live in modern houses and to have, of course, a new infrastructure in the sites. And some of them they want to transfer their farms, which are part of the World Heritage Site, to building and houses when they expand their families. So this is one of the challenges which we are facing in these sites. The government, in the concern of these challenges, applied several researches in this area to study how we can include the local communities in order to encourage socio-economic benefits from these locations and to maintain the preservation of these sites. So in terms of the creating the balance between the local community requirements in the development with the preservation of these historical buildings, I think there is a requirement for implemental guidelines for the governments, how they can develop the areas with taking care of the local communities' requirements, either in converting their farms or in changing or expanding their houses. So this is one of the important challenges which we are facing, and also to ensure the modern infrastructure like roads in the sites to be in these areas. So this is my insight.
When we say that we are preserving a World Heritage Site, I guess when we say we are government, which basically means the community is not engaged. And don't you think that's where the problem is? Because we only start taking care of thinking about the people when there are problems affecting the site. Before that, the community is not part of the site.
I totally agree with you. At the beginning, with the new experience in this development, sometimes the local community are away from preserving the historical buildings and the World Heritage Sites. However, with understanding and with the challenges which are appearing from the development of these sites, and with the local communities' increasing requirement, there is an understanding of that. And therefore, there are lots of researches and studies has been done in the ground now to maintain how we can include the local communities within the development, to find out a balanced way that ensure that their requirements are included within the preservation of the areas, and also creating this the local communities' awareness about the importance of the historical buildings and the World Heritage Sites for preserving the identity is very important. So including them, creating their awareness, and maintain their economic benefits from the development of tourism in the area. This will help their encouragement to participate and to preserve these buildings.
Thank you. I must say that last year I visited the new museum in Oman, and I was very impressed. I still maintain that the best museums to date in the world are actually in the Middle East. All of them. They're not anywhere beyond that. Let's check if Dr. Nada is online.
Yes.
Okay.
How are you? I'm here.
Okay. Can we hear your presentation? She's from the School of Architecture in Morocco.
Yes. Good morning, everyone. It's for me a pleasure to be with you today to share my presentation about the cultural landscapes in modern urbanization, balancing development and preservation. But in the first, I want to express my gratitude to ICESCO group
Dr.
invite
Nadia,
me.
Dr. Nadia, can you put your presentation on full screen rather than on, if you can?
Screen, yes. Yes, I try.
If not, you can continue, but I just thought it would make a better presentation on a full screen.
Okay.
Go ahead if you can't.
I think.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
Not to worry.
Okay, I say that I'm happy to be with you, and in fact, we centered at the intersection of growth and heritage. As urbanization transforms our cities at an unprecedented pace, we are faced with critical questions now. How do we preserve our cultural landscapes while embracing modern developments? Of course, the cultural landscapes shared history, embodying traditions, stories, and the identity of our community. Yet, in the race for skyscraper and infrastructure, these landscapes are often overshadowed or lost entirely. So balancing development and preservation requires thoughtful planning. It is about integrating modernity with heritage, designing city where ancient monuments coexist with the cutting traditional neighborhoods or another natural reserves are protected as part of urban expansion. This balance can be achieved by adopting sustainable urban planning and enforcing conservation laws. We can propose also encouraging community participation. Indeed, by valuing our cultural landscapes, we invest not only in preservation the past, but in ensuring the future, offering spaces where history, culture, and innovation thrive together. Let us commit to being a steward for our cultural landscapes, ensuring that as our cities grow and more than more. They remain rooted in the rich tapestry of their heritage. After all, I can see that the city that preserves its soul while progressing is a city that truly prospers. And now I invite you to follow my presentation, but in French. It is possible?
I don't know whether we have translators.
I have here some slide, but in French, and after it's okay?
They say it's okay. Try.
It's okay.
Yep.
My work plan, we will see this point. Nous allons voir.
In this presentation, we can see cultural landscapes and the challenges of modern urbanization and the importance of preservation and the balance strategies. And we'll give some examples. And we'll give the example of the city of Fez in Morocco. In our School of Architecture, we are preparing a video. What I need you to know in this team, it tackles a major question, which is how can our cities can grow and while ensuring the preservation of its historical, cultural, and natural heritage, and ensure a balance between urban development and the conservation of landscapes, the preservation of landscapes, including the social, economic, and environmental aspects. I will start first with by highlighting some of the key elements of my presentation. the urban space is a support of human development. It's the factor of the implementation of many cultural and societal values, and the historical sites, including in traditional neighborhoods and parks, to highlight and the architectural aspects of the ancient city. The history of the city is a witness to the identity of the city. I'll try also to talk about the challenge of modern urbanization, including the cultural landscapes which are threatened by projects related development and economic development, the density and ecological and economic challenges, and modernity shows up as a threat to the cultural heritage. So we are witnessing the demolition of historical elements and monuments which are classified as World Heritage, and furthermore, there is a rapid transformation of our cities. The sound is very bad, I can't hear. The density and the demographic growth. So these evolutions and with the change
can we also
in
summarize?
the identity
Can we summarize
of
the
places.
presentation?
Comment?
I'm saying, can we summarize the presentation? Time is not on our side.
Yes, it's possible. Donc l'important c'est de vraiment
The importance is to preserve while ensuring the protection of our cultural heritage and contributing to the quality of life in cities. And also I'll share with you in Morocco the balance strategies in the urban space is through innovative projects and ensure the beauty of things and preserve the traditional and the ancient places in Morocco. Here I'll share with you. The sound is bad. I can't hear.
Yeah, can we
Bad
summarize?
sound quality.
sauvegarder en fait une déclaration Tokyo et je reviens vers la
I'll
ville de
go
Fès.
back to the city of Fez.
Est-ce que vous arrivez à me suivre?
Can you hear me, please?
We can hear you, but can we summarize the presentation, please?
Yes, it's okay for me. It's the end. Alors la ville de Fès.
In Fez, here I'll share with you some of the photos from Fez, our projects, and how we have tried to preserve the ancient town
Donc,
in the recent years.
Par exemple, ici, c'est
For
un pont qui a
example,
été totalement.
this is a bridge which has been rebuilt.
Alors que c'est un pont qui date de plusieurs.
It's a bridge which dates back to 12 centuries ago. Sound quality is bad.
Sur le plan construction, tout en
Is that the end? Okay. Yeah. Okay, I think that was the last photo of the presentation. I think the most important thing is about trying to balance between urban development and cultural heritage. I always say to people that we also have to be very careful, because with development comes heritage, and therefore, what do you really serve? What do you really take forward? Because within an urban environment, things always change. However, we seem not to have much time, and unless you have some comments to make, I would say that we finish the presentation, and thanks you so much for sharing with us your information, and we can continue discussing after this. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you. Hello. Are you part of us? Are you part of us? maybe we could start. If they are not here, then can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can we start?
Kaisar will come in 2 minutes.
We'll wait until he's coming in 4 minutes. Once he's here, we start.
Yes, yes.
I know him. There was also another lady who came and said,
I think he was here.
because if we do it instead of, because here it says 2 hours, we could do it 1 hour and we are done.
I think so. Let's take it in 1 hour.
Yeah, well, we are just listening to what you guys are doing. It's more of a youth discussion. I'm just there to try and facilitate. Otherwise, you tell us what you've been doing. And
Actually, it's a great meeting you. Let me introduce myself, Samson Lawadi from Egypt.
from Egypt.
Yeah, you know Egypt. Here in Saudi Arabia. Yeah. I work in Saudi Arabia. I born and study in Egypt. But I work in Saudi Arabia in Ministry of Environment. Now in COP16 Riyadh, but desertification.
Okay. Okay. I know both Saudi and Egypt. Yeah. Yeah. I have lots of friends from Egypt. Yeah.
Did you come to Egypt at COP27?
No, I didn't. But I've been to. I have a long-standing invitation to the opening of the Grand Museum, and I went there when they were still building. Then they said they couldn't open it because of. Yeah. We are waiting to start. When? At 5?
Yeah, with minister, etc.
Oh. I didn't know about that. It was organized today. Oh.
No.
There are two panel speakers. There's no audience.
What's the time actually? What's the
3 o'clock. Yeah. He's not here. My suggestion is that we use this mic and
Do you hear me?
yeah,
You hear me?
it should work.
You hear me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. You hear?
Yeah. So my suggestion is that we start on this topic of cultural and creative workshop, youth perspectives on environment and sustainability. I think if you have been listening throughout the day, the issue of youth has come up several times. And the idea of this session was to hear from you guys what you have been doing and how it's working, give you a chance to discuss your issues. Unfortunately, there are 2 of you because the idea was that 6 of you would exchange ideas and show us what you're doing, and we can learn from each other so that the youth can benefit from heritage. It's not just for a few people, but it's a question of how are the youth adopting or adapting to heritage. People like me, we are grandpas, and we need to understand what the youth are looking at in heritage and what is happening. So I don't have to say much. We want to know what you are doing, what is successful, what are the issues, and how can we help each other to develop this. What I would suggest is that introduce yourself, who you are, and what you're doing, and then you tell us what you're doing, and then we kick off from there. Ladies first, maybe we start with you.
Thank you very much for this introduction, and thank you for my colleagues, for audience, and thank you for having me in this great panel discussion with a great topic actually. COPs always be a wonderful opportunity for seeing each other, networking, and sharing our experience, our knowledge from different countries, different culture, different experience, and different perspective actually. And for me, I am from Egypt. I born and study from Egypt, and now I work with Saudi Arabia Environmental Ministry. I work with him about COP16, the certification UNCCD COP16, upcoming COP16 in this December. Yeah, I work with him in CSO's file actually, and I hold a PhD in environmental science, and I specialize at climate and environmental policies and strategies. I have an NGO in Egypt, work with youth and capacity building teams in different sectors. And I have also a company in Saudi Arabia, work in ESG's reports and carbon footprint report. So I have many different hats here, kind of NGOs or CSOs, and also by the private sector work with carbon footprint. And my topics here are that I focused on, it's about how to reduce our carbon, and also it's my favorite topic for every year in COP. It's how to provide climate justice for youth, for women, for small groups in different countries who's not focused on them. That's it. Thank you very much.
So maybe.
Just introduce yourself.
Okay. Hi everyone. I'm Giovanna Mingarelli. I am the CEO and co-founder of MNC Consulting. We are a digital communications firm, and we work with governments, NGOs, and various organizations around the world to drive socially responsible action. Several initiatives that I've worked on very recently include a global Women Heads of State campaign, which is an initiative of the Every Woman, Every Child initiative, which is a special project of the United Nations Secretary General's Office. The campaign was led by Kirsti Kaljulaid, the former president of Estonia, with the goal of empowering women heads of state to essentially publicly share and challenge one another in terms of how they would support women and children's health and the environment post-COVID. And so my particular specialization and interest is supporting women and the environment. And I have many different ways that I've been doing this, but that is one example, and I'm very much looking forward to this conversation.
All right. Thank you so much. Well, these introductions, I feel a bit intimidated. Yeah, my name is Abdul Baqi Ahmed, and I'm from Nigeria. I am here as a Climate Mobility Youth Delegate under the Global Center for Climate Mobility. Back at home, I work with the Center for Renewable Energy and Action on Climate Change, which is an NGO based in Nigeria committed to helping communities on the front lines of the climate crisis to adapt. Prior to that, I served as the Vice President of ICESCO International, which is, as the name indicates, an international organization based in Switzerland committed to furthering sustainability across the globe. For now, I am based in Lagos, working with the governor as a special assistant to the governor. It's actually like part of a program of the Lagos State Government, Latif Jakonde Leadership Academy, which is a fellowship of the Lagos State Government committed to building the next generation of Nigerian leaders. So probably in the next 10 years, when you go to Nigeria, I'll like, yeah.
Okay. All right. So now that we have done the introductions, I was just wondering whether each one of you can give us one successful story which you have implemented.
Okay. Let's start here. All right. So one example, at the Center for Renewable Energy and Action for Climate Change has said we're an NGO that is committed to helping people on the front lines of the climate crisis to adapt, and I serve as the Renewable Energy and Technical Services officer there. Now in 2022, with a funding from the French Embassy in Nigeria, we built an agroforestry training center, and it was simply meant to train women and people living with disabilities on sustainable agriculture. Now, why did we do this? When you look at the issue of climate crisis, I made this submission a few days back here. You see that it is intertwined with issues like poverty, with issues like gender imbalances. I mean, when you look at the crisis, as I said, when we have floods, when we have droughts, the people who suffer first are women and children. And those who are poor are also those people who do not have the capability, the resilience actually, to, let me say, withstand the impacts of those particular crises. So we decided, like, okay, we have to do something about that. The center is in Sokoto State, northwestern part of Nigeria, and so far we've trained over 500 women on sustainable agriculture, and they're doing wonderfully well. So that's just one.
So after the training,
yes,
what do? They go on their own?
Yes, they go on their own. It's like there is home gardening, number one. Like we teach them how to like raise crops, in their homes. And there was, let me say, the support of the center in terms of providing, the seeds and almost like all the things they need in order to take off. And, beside that, they do it on their own. Though there is, support. We partnered with ANWE, that's Association of Northern Women Entrepreneurs in Nigeria. So there is an ongoing support, actually, in seeing, like, the progress of the stuff.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Your success story?
Yes, thank you. So in addition to being an entrepreneur, I'm the chair emeritus for the nonprofit organization Global Dignity, both internationally and in Canada. Global Dignity is a non-religious, non-political, nonprofit organization empowering 8 million young people in 80 countries with dignity. We provide free dignity training materials and resources along with awareness campaigns to help, especially children K-12, understand the importance of treating everyone with dignity, including the planet. I was co-founded by Crown Prince Haakon of Norway, and I just recently became chair emeritus in Canada after being chair for 12 years. A campaign that we launched just 3 years ago is called Unite Kindness, and is to empower young people to be kind to themselves, others, and the planet. We do this very simply by aggregating social media campaigns from around the planet and then showcasing them in an impact map. The goal is to get to 1 billion acts of kindness. So far, we've reached 3 million acts of kindness. We recently partnered with the United Nations, Mahatma Gandhi Institute for Peace and Education, and we're very excited about this campaign continuing to grow, especially because all it requires is for a young person to post a kindness action to Facebook, Twitter, or Instagram, and then our algorithm will collect it and then showcase it as part of a broader effort. So it's almost impossible to do wrong because people are already tracking and sharing what we call micro actions every day. And so, this is a really good example that I love of how young people can be empowered to help the planet. One really sweet, way that young people are helping the environment through Unite Kindness is with a campaign called #KindnessRocks. Basically, they take rocks and they paint them, and then so young people will take rocks, paint them, and then leave them around their community for someone to pick up, and it will make their day better and they'll feel happy. Right? So at a very basic level, like here at COP, we're talking about very high-level policies, very sophisticated, ways of multi-stakeholder relations. But we also have to remember that environmental protection and environmental agency starts with young people, and that starts with children. And there has to be really easy ways to socialize children to the importance of the environment, and that starts with being kind. Anyway, so this is my example, and I will hand it to you.
Okay.
Thank you very much. For me, when I said climate action, it's not just about how many trees we plant or how many things we recycling. I think we should start with policies. How to include every sector in our policies, and how we everyone in the country get involved in the writing and creating the indices for this country, and how to he will be a part of implementation these indices in the real life. So for me, I always say it's not the good thing for waiting our government to do everything. we shouldn't stay and we shouldn't wait for when we have a very big fund to implement a very big project. Small things together, it will be once a big thing. So when I was in Egypt, we want to provide a solar panel solutions with a very small village with farmers actually, and we found a guy we gave them a very small solar panel. He put it on the top of a cart which pulling by a donkey, and he was moving in all over the village to help the farmers to run the machines with the solar panel. So it was very very small solutions, but it have a very big impact, and we force government to give them the accreditation for this small solution. And now it's not just a one cart. Last year he has 30 carts in his village, moving around all the village with all farmers to can run the machines with solar energy, and we reduce carbon footprint from this solution.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so we have very good examples, success stories, and issues like that. But what were the challenges which you met? I'm not saying all the challenges, but perhaps something which you might want us to share with us, and probably how you tried to solve it. That? Yeah, you can go.
Okay. So I would say, the biggest challenge with Unite Kindness would be it's distributed and aggregated, right? So what Global Dignity is doing is collecting essentially pre-existing acts of kindness from across social media and then showcasing them. The bigger challenge is distributing the message that, we wish for everyone to be kind to the planet. And that's something that requires partnerships, international organizations to contribute. That is a cross-sectoral approach that not one organization can accomplish, right? Global Dignity on its own has no capacity to be the one and only kindness organization in the world, and that's not our goal, and that's not what we're trying to do. What we're trying to do is to make sure that everyone around the world has a place to find acts of kindness and to showcase that and celebrate that and how people are being kind to the planet. So I think that that's the key thing, is that it's partnership-driven, partnership-led. We cannot live in silos. Our campaigns and organizations cannot operate without partnerships. I think competition is anathema to progress when it comes to climate action, especially for young people, and that we need to celebrate rather than being competitive and jealous of one another's, opportunities, campaigns, funding, etc. We need to celebrate one another's campaigns, opportunities, and funding, etc. So it's a frame of mind, and a frame of mind focused around growth and collaboration that I think will lead us to success, long-term success.
So the challenges were just temporary in terms of partnerships and all that?
Yeah, I mean, it's been a work in progress, right? The campaign's been going now for over 3 years. And in terms of challenges, it's just about building. I wouldn't say there was one particular organization that was causing problems, and nothing like that. I'm speaking more broadly and generally. But of the organizations that we did engage with and participate with, if anything, organizations would be concerned that if they participated in like a very big campaign, that it might take away from their own work, right? And I think like that's not the right way to look at it. I think my point being is that joyful growth and expansion, you know, while celebrating everybody's value adds, is a really good way. And I think that that is how, you know, any campaign will be successful. But yes, I think that's what I'm trying to take away.
Okay. Challenges?
Challenges. Okay, like I said before, I am actually from two countries, Egypt and Saudi Arabia. So two different countries, but the same challenges actually in any country in Middle East. We will find the same challenges. We sharing our suffering there. So the big challenge was for me, like I said, it's about policies. How could we, as a youth person working in climate action, working in environmental science, how we can make our governance include us or include our NGOs or our work or our initiatives in the indices or as a next agenda, next policy. So it's being very challenging in both countries. And also in Egypt, we have a very hard to find fund for our work. So it's especially for 2 or 3 years from now, it was more easy. Now it's very challenging to find a fund for environmental thing in Egypt actually. So we want to work hard for find someone to like our idea, like our initiative, to can help us for implementing our projects. In Saudi Arabia, it's a little bit different. We have a lot of fun, but we haven't a passion for work with the environmental science or environmental work. So we need to talk a lot of time with a lot of entities to make them love or like our work, to help us to implement it. So again, it's all about policies. It's all about
which is a better problem,
yeah,
or a hard problem, having money or not having money. You said in Saudi, the funds are there. In Egypt, the funds are not there. So I'm just saying...
Here we have a mentality without money. Here we have money without the green mentality. So we can mix both to be a green country. I think we need the green mentality, or the someone who want to be greener, and also we want fund and big money to invest in green projects.
I'm just saying that because, of course, with my long life, I've been in various projects and issues. There was a time when we would have lots of money, and my thinking was that we were not achieving what we wanted to achieve at the beginning, because we just had to spend the money, right? Whereas if we were struggling to get the money, we use the money much more, prudent, and trying to make sure that we can demonstrate to people that help us, because we are using the money less. I'm not saying that I don't need the funding, but I'm just saying that my experience is that when you have a funder who says, oh, okay, I'll give you everything, right? At times that decenters you from the objective, right? Whereas if the funding is less, I'm not saying zilch, if you don't have any, obviously you don't achieve anything, right? But again, it's different experiences.
Yeah, I agree with you. I agree with you. Actually, the fund it will be it will make our work is easier, but it's not everything.
Yeah.
So, like I said, in Saudi Arabia there's a lot of money, but we have challenges also. So it's not about the fund, but everywhere has their own challenges, I think.
Okay. And in Nigeria?
Yeah, thank you so much. I love the what you mentioned about the frame of our minds in terms of collaboration, rather than competition. I mean, it's lovely, and if we can have something like that, I believe like things will definitely be better. Yeah. So in our case, project-wise, and let me say, sticking to the project I mentioned. And almost like every project we carry out at the center, sustainability is like one central, thing, which is like almost, let me say, a challenge. And from the design, let me say, from the conceptualization of a particular project, it's something which we keep thinking about. How do we make this sustainable? Not just something you do and then just a few days and it's gone. And in a way, one way that has always worked for us, we have this mantra. We do not do projects to people. We do projects with people. So from day one, we bring them on board and let me say we co-create those particular projects with them. So it's not like we are coming to do something we are thinking is what they need, but rather what they exactly need because they are part of the solution. And broadly, speaking about the issue, I feel like there are so many problems, so many problems, and you have a very, very limited capability of solving them. We just talked about funding, and as an NGO, you have to source for funding from outside, and it's almost like always a very big task. So for me, let's say at the center, we did projects centered on health. It's a center which is renewable energy and action on climate change. But when you look at our projects, they are more about social, projects. We're not only talking about renewable energy, but how can you use renewable energy to better the lives of people, as I said, to help them adapt, to the impacts of climate change. Now, the issue, as I said, broadly, there are so many problems that sometimes you feel like, which one do I even take? Right now, as I'm speaking to you, according to UNICEF, in Nigeria, we have 18.2 million out-of-school children. 18.2 million. That's a whole country, actually. And in a way, I feel like that's why I went into leadership. I'm currently, as I said, in Lagos State, serving as a special assistant to the governor. And it's a fellowship, for 1 year. I'm being trained, in leadership. Because at a point, I felt that what I can do in an NGO is just not sufficient. I need to be in a position where I can do much more than that. So for now, I'm like in the NGO because that's the best I can do. But then I'm trying to find ways in which I can really do something beyond what I'm doing now. Because as I said, these are real problems people are living in, are living with. Each and every day when you go out, you see things which are so heartbreaking. And for me, honestly, I think, that's the biggest challenge. Every time, what do I have to do? What do I do? The things are too much, just too much.
Yeah, but I just wanted to hear from the three of you specific role in your projects for the youth. What do they do? And what is the objective? You have talked about women and all that, which I think is also a very important element of society. But I'm just thinking of the youth. What is the objective of each one of you in terms of the youth? What do you want the youth to do?
Yeah. So maybe I go first.
Yeah.
Because the mic is here. I am actually a youth. Probably I don't look youth, but I'm a youth. And thank you so much. At our center, one key thing is youth are, let me say, the people of the center. Our executive director is a youth. I am a youth. Almost like all the people working there are youth, working to drive solutions. But this is why it is. We are working to drive solutions not only for youth, but for almost everybody who's having an issue, a problem. And in a way, when I look at it, let me just, as I said, stick to the example I gave. When we empower women, it's actually not about empowering only women. Because let me say that in the society that we did that very particular project, if a woman has something in her hands which is beyond food, which is beyond something she's going to use, to eat, the rest is actually going, for her kid to go to school. So basically, for us, as I said, the center is a youth-centered center. I don't know, this English, the center is too much, right? A youth-centered center. But our projects, as I said, they are targeted at the most vulnerable people.
What happens when you reach the age of not being youth?
I'm actually, as I said, I'm already being trained for leadership. Let me say, I'm not planning to be in the center for my whole life. I want to do something more, honestly. And that's the reality. As I said, the problems are just too many. And an NGO where I have to source for funding, I need to be at a place where I have access to funds that I can push to do so many impactful things for people at once.
Okay.
Yeah.
Does anyone want to articulate youth?
Yeah, youth. So, as I said, my NGO in Egypt works specifically with youth volunteers, and we have many programs for capacity building youth in different universities, in different CSOs, another CSOs. So we focus a lot of youth. And in my company in Saudi Arabia, also we are very focusing in how to include youth in future jobs and the green future jobs. So it's very, we have a very interesting in these topics here or here. And when I say about what I want from youth, I want every single young person don't be just a part of the story. I want him to write the story, to get involved in action, in implementation, in creation, not just stay and wait for another one to give them his right to be one of the stakeholders in his country, in his village, in his house, in his university. So I want him to take the first step and be the one who writes his story.
Yes, so to build on what you're saying in terms of youth writing the story. So with Unite Kindness, we've in general are wanting and inviting youth to track their acts of kindness on social media by posting photos and videos of those acts of kindness, such as, painted kindness rocks, and then we aggregate, showcase the impact. Now, within that, there's specific ways that youth are participating and contributing. For example, the Inuit youth in Canada, through an organization called the Arviat Film Society, have been focused particularly on food scarcity. And so their way of demonstrating kindness, one of the ways that they're demonstrating kindness is by helping support children having breakfast before going to school. Because there's nothing more important to those youth than being able to feed themselves, because food scarcity is a very, very serious concern in the Canadian Arctic for the Inuit youth. And so that is their way of demonstrating kindness and participating in Unite Kindness. And so it's important to keep in mind that, kindness to a child in Arviat Nunavut, for example, which is one of Canada's northernmost communities, would be very different to what, or very similar, right, depending on how you look at it, to what kindness means to a child in Baku, right? So the issues, some of the issues, such as the ability to feed oneself before going to school, that is an issue that every child in the world requires, right? But the prevalence of the issue is more or less significant depending on where you are on the planet. but nonetheless just as important. And so I think the importance of this kindness campaign that we've been running is to really, invite youth to share with the world what is it, what does kindness mean to them? What does that look like? Why is it important? Why are their issues important? How are those important? And then we can help connect people, right, to share in those stories and to improve the issues, reducing food scarcity, increasing access to food for children before school. And then, of course, there's all of the sustainability issues around supply chains and the food itself, but that's a completely different conversation for another time. For now, we're just trying to be basic and simple and inviting young people to just track those actions that they're doing, and then we will showcase the impact to empower more people to have an impact too.
But how do we, because I hear from all of you the importance of youth and how you are engaging them in some way. But who makes the decisions? Is it the youth or you guys? I mean, who makes the decision? Because again, in the world I come from, there was a time when the youth were always on riot saying nothing about us without us. They didn't want to be told. They wanted to decide. So who decides for the youth? Do we give them directions as grandpas, or what exactly do they do?
So maybe I'll start because I have the mic this time. And
Okay.
Okay. So I think in terms of youth and who's making the decisions, it's a fused approach. So I believe, and the campaign that we're running, believes in collectively intelligent behavior. The assumption is that the aggregate sum of everyone's actions and ideas combined will be more intelligent than the view of one or a small group of individuals at the center making decisions for the group. However, the outcome is that we have to, at once, crowdsource acts of kindness, right, collectively intelligent behavior, but then you still need decision-making authorities on the other side to aggregate, analyze that data, and to make decisions against it. So we need both. Unfortunately, distributed technology is not, and AI is not sophisticated enough yet to be able to make those decisions on its own, and so we still need a combination of technology and people to assess, basically monitor and assess how people are doing and what impacts are happening as a result of all of these acts of kindness coming in. So I think it's both, right? Like I think, you said is it like the grandpas at the top, right? The grandpas and the grandmas at the top making all the decisions. I think it's like a super, I was going to say outdated. It is outdated. We're talking about youth, right? But it's still necessary, and you need both. And that I think is where I'll leave it.
Yeah, I actually agree with you. I think it should be from both ways, because if it come from just the country or just the government, we can find the bush. He is not interested. He want to enjoy and having fun, and he will not know the importance of these things because he not have the good knowledge. And also, if it come from only youth, we can find the mentality not welcome to include youth in the decisions. So it should be something to sharing together. But I see a lot of situations youth force their countries, their governments to give them the opportunity to include in the policies or in the action when they know their rights, when they know what they really want. They could make a lot of changes actually.
Yeah. So since coming here, one thing I've been saying I said it at the Global Center for Climate Mobility during my intervention. I said it here, I think, 2 days back. Youth integration should go beyond integration for the sake of integration. It should be meaningful. It should not be just because, okay, we have youth here, like you bring youth on the table, so you have youth, and then that's it. It should go beyond that. But then at the same time, I also acknowledge, I also understand that sometimes the way, let me say, we are demanding coming to the table sometimes can be a bit problematic. And I have examples, from Nigeria. I don't like calling names and things of that kind. But sometimes you just bring someone just because he's a youth to the table. I mean, you see terrible things. So the thing is, you bring youth, but then they have to have the capacity to be able to drive what is needed of them on that very particular table. And that's why at the center, we kept advocating for capacity building. If you really want to include the youth, you have to build their capacity. You have to bring their, let me say, the whole dimensions, intellectual, all dimensions, they have to be able to sit there, think through those very problems and profile solutions that are going to be beneficial, for people. So for me, the thing is, youth must be included. It is not like should, it is a must. And the inclusion, the integration should go, as I said, beyond just bringing them to the table. We have youth and then that's fine. But then at the same time, it should be like the youth are concrete, are sound, are capable to do what is needed. Yeah.
I don't know, out of the audience, if you have comments or questions to ask them. In your endeavors, the three of you, how much have you engaged the private sector? Who funds? Is it the private sector? I know you have this project, but I mean, what is the role of the private sector in all this?
I have the mic this time. Okay. So I also, like I said, I have a company work in ESG reports and carbon footprint reports and the capacity building programs with a lot of ministries, universities. So private sector, we can work in at this field in two different ways, providing programs for helping youth and including youth in green future jobs, AI, climate sensitive projects, green entrepreneurship, a lot of programs we can help them to create and get involved to implement it in different countries. And also CSR is very important for company. Every private sector entity need to have a CSR unit to work with social needs in their own countries. Exactly, the country, every country has their own problems, their own social needs. So every company need to have a CSR project and initiatives to help people and to in enhancing the social, the local social persons to be to have a nicer life.
Yes. So to build on that, I'm an entrepreneur. I have 3 companies, and so and the nonprofit Global Dignity, for which I'm the chair emeritus, is that's the main nonprofit that I'm a part of, and that Unite Kindness has been running through. My tech startup MC2 actually has been sponsoring Unite Kindness. We helped set it up, run the technology, all the impact reporting, etc., over the last 4 years. And that's something that Global Dignity couldn't afford to do by itself. Global Dignity doesn't have technology, right? It doesn't have the ability or the means to sponsor a campaign of that extent. And so that is a great example of, you know, a private sector organization, private sector company partnering with a nonprofit in order to galvanize young people to take action. And so I think in this way, it's very helpful for, you know, the public sector to have opportunities to partner with private companies. I think where we have to be careful is around data privacy issues, respecting local countries' data rights and data privacy laws. This is especially relevant in the context that my tech startup MC2, we have both companies in Canada and in the United States, Ottawa and Seattle. There are different data privacy laws in Canada and the United States, and then when you get into the European Union, there's GDPR. I mean, it's just, and everywhere you go around the world, it goes on and on and on. So anyway, all this to say is that working together is great. I think it expands opportunities, but it has to be done very, very carefully, especially in the context of supporting youth who are vulnerable, and has to be done with, you know, carefully and methodically, with the utmost consideration for the young people that we're dealing with.
Okay.
Yeah. So in our case, the center, we have partnered, you know, with so many. Like there is a project in Mara village in Jigawa State. It was funded by Eco Energy, which is based in Finland. There's like private sector. So an example like that, like so many of the projects we do. We also like carry out what we're calling Education for Sustainable Development Conference. It's an annual conference we do in partnership with so many other bodies, Bayero University, Kanu, and Silvex International, that's a private sector, for example. And this program actually brings together youth from different universities in Nigeria and train them on, like, you know, how to drive action and solve particularly local problems in a local way, right? So many times when you're talking about sustainability, I mean, when you talk about sustainability, you talk about environment, it is a global problem, but then the reality is on the ground. For example, if you go to Jigawa State, my state, which is like on the border of Niger and Nigeria, it's a state like that is on the fringes of the Sahara Desert. So when you want to, like, you know, have a solution to that very particular, I mean, targeted for that very particular state, then you have to put, you know, all those kind of things into consideration. So that's for example, the Education for Sustainable Development Program. So as I said, we work hand in hand with the private sector. That's like how we are pushing forward our solutions.
But this is private sector outside Nigeria. What about the Dangotes? How do they come into this whole issue? Because again, the private sector exists in this developing country.
Yes. So as I said, Silvex International is actually a company. It is based in Kano, in northwestern part of Nigeria, so it is not an international one. So for us, actually, wherever we can get the thing done, we go for that. Whether it is in France, whether it is in Nigeria, in Kano, wherever it is, we go for that. But as I said, we have so many we are actually working with in Nigeria. Yes.
Okay. We were supposed to be 6, but we were 3. And it doesn't look like we have questions from the audience. My suggestion would be, do you have anything else to tell to us about what you're doing? One last word from you.
Yes, well, I'd like to take the opportunity to thank you for this wonderful panel. Thank everyone here for participating today and for, you know, listening to what we have all been sharing. I want to reinforce that engaging youth in climate change should start at a young age. I think by the time young people are in high school, it's too late. And I say this in the context that actually when I was a child, I grew up in a small French-Canadian village. And my family, I have 6 brothers and sisters, very large Italian-Canadian family. And we were interviewed by this Canadian magazine, Maclean's, for being one of the first families, well, locally, this would have been in the 80s, for being an environmental family, right? In the 80s, like, that wasn't a thing. right? Like there were no like environmental families in the 80s. But my mom used to bring out so many creative materials for us to do arts and crafts together with all recycled products. And this happened when I was a child, right? So as a child, I learned that being kind to the planet meant recycling, reusing, being responsible for the planet. And I knew that when I was really young, even when it was not popular and people were not talking about climate change. So my point is moving forward, you know, we can talk about technology all we want. We can talk about policy and legislation all we want. We can talk about all of the sophisticated interdisciplinary collaborative approaches that we feel like. But at the end of the day, if we're not teaching children about climate change, we are going to have serious problems. So that is where it starts. That's where I'm focused currently. And I invite everyone to consider the ways that you can engage not just youth, right, like the 14 to 40 group, but also children in the work that you're doing. Because it's very important, hugely meaningful, and I think it will drive change for generations to come.
Thank you very much. I just want to thank you for running this panel discussion and thank my colleagues at this panel and all the audience hearing us now. And the last thing I want to say is that it's all about policies. It's a start from policies and it's a start from ourselves before we share our thoughts or hopes to another people. We should start from ourselves, from our home, from our daily things we do in our life. So it could be a very small steps, but it will be has a large impact. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, so for me, I'm a youth, so I will direct this to the young people probably watching this. We have a lot to do. There are so many things, on the ground that we need to change. But then, as I said, for you to drive change, you have to have the capacity to drive that very particular change. So for the youth, try as much as possible, leverage on every opportunity you get to build your capacity, because we need you. And as I said earlier, we are demanding for integration, which is beyond just integration, but meaningful integration, where we are part of the solution. But as I said earlier, if we do not have the capacity to do that, then we really have issues. For people who are coming from a background like me, I started my primary school under a mango tree. I spent 3 years sitting on the ground. It was my desk, it was my seat. I am saying that with the right push, definitely it is possible. When I look at where I come from, right now I'm advising, the governor of Lagos. It's a bit kind of, let me say, not imaginable in a way, but then it is more than possible. We really can do it if we push, for that. And I think, for me, that's one reason why I do say that I'm an incorrigible optimist. My optimism is always there. People talk about Nigeria, they'll be like, we have so many. I believe that things will change, and I believe that I'm part of that very change. I'm hoping that the youth watching this are also going to be part of that very change, are going to keep pushing. It is not easy. You keep pushing, you see like things are not changing. That's what I said yesterday. We push, you come to the ground, you see, and you see like the problems are still there. But then, when we keep pushing, at a particular time when you look back, you're going to see the change, and it will be there. So that's it.
Thank you. Thank you so much for sharing with us your experiences in the 3 different areas. Unfortunately, 3 of our colleagues did not turn up, so it has not been, it would have been probably a wider experience, but nonetheless, this experience is worth us keeping, and we as ICESCO, wherever we can, will try and push for the youth so that they are the future. Without the youth, you are the present too. Yeah, they're present too and the future. So ICESCO will always try its best to promote the youth. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you.
Test. Test, test, test.
It's okay? Hello, hello. You hear me? Okay. Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, dear friends, it's a great pleasure and honor to welcome you at ICESCO Pavilion for this indeed very historical day where we would like to speak about the pearl of Azerbaijan and Shusha. Today's event is dedicated to Shusha in the book, the presentation of the book about Shusha in the framework of Shusha being announced as a cultural capital of Islamic world. And we would like to give some insights about Shusha, why it is important city for not only for Azerbaijan, for the region, but for the whole Islamic world. And we know that the Shusha represents a remarkable, I would say, story which embodies in itself both diversity and resilience. And today, I'm sure we will hear from our speakers why Shusha embodies in itself this richness, diversity, and at the same time the resilience. Throughout the centuries, Shusha was a bastion of Azerbaijan's identity, freedom, of Azerbaijan resistance to the external occupations, wars, and conflicts. And despite all these challenges, despite all these difficulties that Shusha has faced throughout these centuries, it managed to keep its glory, to keep its outstanding universal value. It managed to keep its spirit as a city of art, as a city of culture, as a city of poetry, as a city of philosophy, and many, many others. So I would like to invite our speakers to speak about this. But before that, I would like to introduce our speakers, distinguished speakers at today's session. His Excellency Director General of Islamic World Educational and Scientific and Cultural Organization, Dr. Salim Al-Malik. His Excellency Mr. Adil Karimli, Minister of Culture of the Republic of Azerbaijan. His Excellency Mr. Aydin Karimov, Special Representative of the President of the Republic of Azerbaijan in Shusha. Mr. Sultan Mamadov, Head of the International Relations Department of the Haydar Ali Foundation. Mr. Niyazi Bayramov, Ismailov, sorry, the CEO of the Pasha Life Insurance, and Mr. Musa Marjanli, Editor-in-Chief of IRS Heritage Journal. Without further delay, I would like to invite His Excellency Director General, Dr. Salim Al-Malik, to say a few words about this initiative, because this story of Shusha needs to be told to the entire world. And the ICESCO came up with this initiative to translate this book, an excellent book, into Arabic language. Excellency, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. And thank you for your attending this important event. Dear Minister, Special Representative, colleagues, today is a great day for Shusha. It is as if it has ascended to the summit of its majestic mountain to announce that its latest celebration as a unique and marvelous city. On May 11th, 2024, we inaugurated Shusha as the cultural capital of the Islamic world with the blessing and presence of His Excellency Mr. Ilham Aliyev, the President of Azerbaijan, and Her Excellency Ms. Mehriban Aliyeva, the first Vice President of Azerbaijan and ICESCO Goodwill Ambassador. What did we see in Shusha? We saw a new city, that is built from almost scratch. New roads, fine building, outstanding hotels, renovated museum, lovely and friendly people. All of these indicate a sense of responsibility and a spirit of challenge. The challenge of comprehensive development, which is being carefully and rationally led by President Ilham Aliyev. Shusha is considered the capital culture of the Caucasian music, cradle of plastic arts, birthplace of the ornate Azerbaijani carpets, and land of songs, thinkers, and poets. All greats offering of clarity and genuineness, full of potential, on the very first day of its foundation in 1751 by the great Bana Ali Khan. The city evolved, embarking on edification journey, spread peace, promote culture, and build solid tradition relations with the merchants across the world. Not only did the city traded carpets, fabrics, and marbles, but also spread poetry through philosophy and great painting to distant countries. Shusha has always been known since its inception for its transcendence and exaltation, as its intellectual proudly manifested its Islamic identity through their writing and works, thus safely protecting the distinct civilization feature of Azerbaijani people. There are noble goals set by Haydar Aliyev Foundation, headed by the First Lady Ms. Mahriban Aliyeva, First Vice President of Azerbaijan and ICESCO Goodwill Ambassador, to renew, modernize the city of Shusha, as well as other cities of Karabakh. So, congratulations are due to this extraordinary foundation for the success it has achieved in a short time span. And I must say, so today, as part of the celebration of the year Shusha Cultural Capital in the Islamic World 2024, ICESCO is proudly presenting the book Shusha, a Scared City, translated into Arabic language with the kind support of the Ministry of Culture of the Republic of Azerbaijan, Pasha Holding, and IRS Heritage Journals. This book describes the history of Shusha since its establishment by Bana Ali Khan, and it is intended to preserve the historical memories and let readers of the Arab world know history, tradition, culture, and art of the city. I believe this book will spread the word to the Arab world. I believe this book will spread the word to the Arab world with regard to the peers of the Caucasian cities, reclaimed the crown of the Azerbaijan beautiful pottery. So congratulations for the Islamic world of having this book. Congratulations for Shusha, whom became very attached to it for many reasons: the people, the history, the tradition. May Allah protect Shusha, Allah protect Azerbaijan, and may the celebration of victory and achievement of the Islamic be the Islamic world forever. Karabakh, Azerbaijan.
Thank you very much, Excellency, for first of all for this initiative to translate this book into the Arabic. I think it tells a lot about ICESCO's role and ICESCO's initiative to promote Islamic cultural heritage in the world, and Shusha as one of the best examples of representing the Islamic cultural heritage is a good example how it can be promoted to the Islamic world and beyond. So thank you very much for this initiative, and we still remember your speech in the opening of the Shusha Cultural Capital of Islamic World. You mentioned in your speech there and here a lot of things about Shushan and how Shusha is being for history a center of culture, center of art, center of poetry of Azerbaijan. So now I turn to my voice to His Excellency Mr. Adil Karimli, the Minister of Culture of the Republic of Azerbaijan, to speak about the role of Shusha in Azerbaijani history and how Shusha really helped and promoted the Azerbaijani cultural heritage. And I would like to thank again Ministry of Culture for the support to this presentation of this book. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Your Excellency, Dr. Salim Al-Malik, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it's really my privilege to participate in this specific presentation because this is very important event at the same time, because Shusha, as you probably also noted, Your Excellency also noted that Shusha is a cradle of Azerbaijani culture. Shusha is really, historically, is the capital of Azerbaijan, cultural capital of Azerbaijan. So Shusha is really sacred city. So it gives birth historically to founders of the music, to founders of art, who really created a big, really a history of Azerbaijani art and ultimately Azerbaijani culture. So this is the main importance of Shusha. And of course, Shusha as a city, it preserves the main cultural heritage of Azerbaijan, of Azerbaijani people. Nevertheless, it was destroyed during the occupation period, but it preserved its richness, its spirit. And as the President of the Republic of Azerbaijan has quoted in his opening speech during the opening inaugural ceremony of Shusha, the capital of Islamic world, I would like just to read the quote of His Excellency. Mr. President noted in his speech, "We lived without Shusha for 28 years. Despite this occupation, Shusha managed to preserve its spirit, the spirit of Azerbaijan. When we returned to Shusha after its liberation, each of us thought this again." So this means that this is really a sacred city. Nevertheless, it destroyed, it was really behaved very in a wrong way with all historical sites, with all historical monuments, but nevertheless it preserved its spirit. And no one can destroy the Shusha spirit. But nowadays Shusha is growing. Nowadays Shusha is developing. And under the leadership of His Excellency, Mr. Ilham Aliyev, the President of the Republic of Azerbaijan, and the first Vice President, Her Excellency Mehriban Aliyeva, Shusha is growing and developing, and all historical monuments, cultural monuments, the Azerbaijani cultural heritage is being revived, is being restored in Shusha, and a lot of cultural projects is being held in Shusha. So hopefully Shusha now keeps its value as a historical and also as a cultural center of Azerbaijan. So today we are presenting all together the book which devoted to Shusha, Shusha Sacred City, as we really talked about a lot about the sacredcy of this city, and presenting this publication in Arabic language is very important. Of course, within the year of Shusha, capital city of Islamic world, presenting this in Arabic language will give an opportunity to all Arab world to understand more about the sacred city. And this is really honor to us to present today with all our dear colleagues. And I would like in particular to thank His Excellency Dr. Salim Al-Malik and all ICESCO team in supporting this. the translation of Shusha book in Arabic language. Of course, we have our main partners, IRS Publishing House, which really has magnificent projects in this term, and also Pasha Life Insurance, which always supports the culture, which always supports such publications, which is very important in terms of promoting Azerbaijani history, Azerbaijani culture, and the realities of our country and our history. So I would like to especially thank my colleagues and head of these organizations. This is very important to us. So we do hope that this book will serve for a long period to show the cradles of Shusha and to show the rich history and culture of the city. But hopefully we will have more publications, and we are working on some more publications that will be also helpful, because talking about the Shusha is really not enough, as His Excellency also described Shusha in a way that it deserves. But we do hope that we need to talk about the beauty of the Shusha, about the sacredness of the Shusha, its richness. So I would not, of course, describe all of these things, because it's really hard to find the right words to describe this beauty and this richness. So the only thing we can say that Shusha is very important for us. Shusha is really dear for us, and Shusha really lives in our hearts. So hopefully our speakers, and in particular my colleague, the special representative of the President of the Republic of Azerbaijan in Shusha district, Mr. Aydin Karimov, will talk a lot about the Shusha, because he has daily activities in Shusha. He described more every corner of the Shusha, every street, and he can really take more inspiration about the talking of the Shusha. But we do hope that every time when we visit Shusha, we see the changes. Every time when we see the corners, even details are changing in Shusha. This is very important. Shusha has its own character. As a Ministry of Culture, we always focus on these details as well, because every single detail talks about the rich Azerbaijani culture, art, history, and this is very important. And we would like to thank also our colleague, because he really devoted all his life also to Shusha, also realizing this project under the leadership of His Excellency President Ilham Aliyev, because for everyone, for every Azerbaijani people, Shusha is really very important. So thank you very much. I'd like to stop here. So hopefully we'll talk some more about Shusha in our coming projects. But I would like also specifically emphasize the collaboration with ICESCO, because ICESCO's role in worldwide, not only in Islamic world, not only in promoting the common Islamic traditions, culture, science, education, but it really impacts on the global level. And we can see the activities and real action and input of ICESCO as an international organization everywhere. And I would like to especially thank His Excellency Dr. Salim Al-Malik and his team, because you have a magnificent team and they really dedicated to this and dedicated to the principles of ICESCO. And I would like really thank as a Minister of Culture, because we see and we can evaluate whatever you do here. Thank you very much, Your Excellency.
Thank you very much, Excellency, the Minister, for this such a comprehensive, I would say, overview of the importance of Shusha for Azerbaijan, for its history, for its culture. You mentioned many things about what Shusha signifies for Azerbaijan, and also how Shusha is being revived after this occupation and in the destruction. And it leads me to move to our next speaker, which is who is a person who is directly supervising on the spot, on the ground, this remarkable story of revival of Shusha, of course under the guidance of His Excellency Mr. President Ilham Aliyev. I know that it's very challenging to do this under such a strict and close control of the president who visits Shusha almost every month. So I would like to turn to you, Excellency Aydin Malim, and ask you what is your view about Shusha and how this process of revival is going on, and what do you think about the promotion of Shusha on a global level with such a nice project of presentation of this book?
Thank you, Excellencies, Dr. Salim Al-Maliki, dear Mr. Minister, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to thank for the opportunity to be here at such a special occasion of presentation of the book about Shusha. My colleagues, esteemed colleagues, already said very warm and very important words and information about Shusha, its importance, and I would like, with your permission, to focus more about how we are progressing with revival and rebuilding the Shusha. It was exactly right after the liberation when our President, His Excellency Mr. Ilham Aliyev, announced that Shusha, we are coming back, we will revive you. And that's exactly what was our motto and is our motto now. So we are progressing in this respect. It's 4 years already passed after the liberation, and everyone who visits Shusha today and regularly can acknowledge the changes that are very visible. But Shusha is a very special city even from the point of rebuilding and reviving. Like in all liberated territories, cities and villages were destroyed and currently undergoing new construction and reconstruction works. Shusha is a very special from the point of view that we have to find a very right balance between preserving and keeping national heritage monuments and its architecture, which is very unique, in the same time to build a modern, comfortable, resilient city with some modern and smart solutions, of course. So time will show how we succeeded, but at least I am sure and can assure all auditorium here that the main pillar of our reconstruction is preservation of historical monuments. Unfortunately, about 200 monuments were listed in Shusha in its 300 years, almost 300 years history, but most of them were damaged, vandalized, and destroyed. But thanks to the support of all people in Azerbaijan, especially agencies and Haydar Ali foundations, Ministry of Culture, other important organizations, we already have restored about 20 monuments. They are now open to the public, like museums, like mausoleums, and the work is continuing. We do conservation and restoration projects together with these agencies. And it all, as you very correctly mentioned, happens under the very particular supervision and control of His Excellency Mr. President and First Lady. So this gives us a big responsibility in the same time, but it also helps. It helps to go forward, to execute the plans as we foresee him, as it is in the President's vision. And we are proud that today, because of these actions, Shusha is already taking its place among the cities with historical heritage, its international network. Shusha has been last year selected as a cultural capital of Turkish-speaking world, and this year is proudly was named as a cultural capital of Islamic world. And we are member of the League of International Cities, which is has a history, more than 40 years history. and proudly represent the city and Azerbaijan over there. We are cooperating and already made a sister cities around the world. The number of these cities is around 10, and it will be growing. And now I come to the point of why we are here, is Shusha maybe is the second city in Azerbaijan, and after Baku, were most visited by international audiences, on being on a VIP high level, and also from the media and from other segments of the sectors of the life. And we are always very proud to present them the book about Shusha. This book, Shusha Sacred City, has been previously edited in English, Russian and Turkish languages and Azeri languages. So with assistance and help of IRS Foundation, we have been distributing a lot of copies of this book to our distinguished visitors and when we travel abroad. So this book has already took place in some of the important libraries, like Presidential Library in Ankara. And but today we are presenting the book translated into Arabic language, which means it opens much bigger auditorium, multi-million auditorium of the readers who will be very eager to know about what is the Shusha, why it's so important for us. And I must say that during the occupation of this 28-30 years period, all of us have been reading a lot about Karabakh, Shusha, with sad feelings. And there were many books, nice books published about it. But I would like to especially underline that this book has a very unique content. Besides its nice pictures and nice design, is a very unique and interesting content. And I'm very happy that now a big Arabic-speaking auditorium will be also, how to say, get acquainted with history, present day, and maybe future developments that we are ongoing of Shusha. I don't want to take off much of your time. I would like just to use this opportunity to thank you, Excellency, and for supporting this translation, the Pasha Hayat and IRS Publishing House and Ministry of Culture for doing all the best to make this happen, to realize these projects. And I would like to wish you every success, because we have many translations and books and missions in Shusha in future, and we will be very glad to see all of you in our sacred city again. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Excellency. First of all, for the support that you give to this project, and we are really happy to know that this project will add another layer, another opportunity for you, for the promotion of Shusha in the wider audience, including the Arab world. Thank you very much for also for providing information about the revival of Shusha and also those very challenging story of building almost the Shusha from the scratch and rebuilding its historical and residential part. And you mentioned that one of the biggest element of this revival, it's the restoration of the historical and cultural heritage of Shusha. And I think we have to acknowledge that it wouldn't be possible this without a tremendous support of Her Excellency Madame Mehriban Aliyeva, First Vice President of the Republic of Azerbaijan and the President of Haydar Aliyev Foundation. We know that the Haydar Aliyev Foundation is doing a great job and doing a lot of restoration works in Shusha. And as you mentioned, 20 historical buildings and cultural sites are being restored with direct support of the Haydar Aliyev Foundation. Here with us, Mr. Sultan Mammadov, I would like to give the floor to him to give us information about what Haydar Aliyev Foundation is doing in Shusha and how Haydar Aliyev Foundation sees the revival of Shusha and, of course, the project this project of the book and the promotion of Shusha in the Islamic world and beyond. Please.
Thank you very much, Honorable Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It's my great pleasure to be with all of you in this remarkable day, in this remarkable celebration of the translated books. And what I would like to underline is that as a Hyder Aliyev Foundation, as you know, the mission of the foundation is to preserve the cultural heritage in Azerbaijan as well as outside of the country. And over the 30 years, when Karabakh was under occupation, Hyder Aliyev Foundation has contributed a lot to the printing a lot of books in different languages, where we wanted the international community, world community, to know about the injustice that my country has faced over the 30 years. And now it's a time when we do our best and enrich the library which we have created with many governmental institutions with this beautiful book which translated into Arabic language. So I would like, on behalf of the Hyder Aliyev Foundation, on behalf of the management of the Hyder Aliyev Foundation, to thank everyone who contributed to this project, to thank ICESCO, to thank the Pasha Holding, to thank Minister of the Culture, also its Heritage Journal, and everyone, of course, head of the special representative of the Shusha, everyone who had a contribution to this project. At the same time, I would like, on behalf of the people of Azerbaijan, as I am representing as a member of parliament in my country, to thank you all to bringing this the right message. It's kind of manifestation of the victory of justice and addressed to the world community. Because this book talks about our beautiful Shusha. I would like to echo all the warm words and warm thoughts about the Shusha. I don't want to repeat that, just to echo. But at the same time, it talks about the history of Shusha. So it talks about the valuable values and of the people of Azerbaijan to this beautiful city of Azerbaijan, which is the cultural capital of Azerbaijan. And as you know, Hyder Aliyev Foundation is very much active in the revival and rebuilding and restoration projects in Shusha. So as it was mentioned, so now all our focus is to bring the real life back to Shusha, to bring the history back to the Shusha, and to make Shusha a real cultural capital as it was before the occupation. And so every this kind of project just serves to the mission of the Hyder Aliyev Foundation. That's why I know that, as you know, President of the Hyder Aliyev Foundation, Madam Mehriban Aliyeva, has always paid a lot of attention to the cultural projects of the foundation which we are doing. So I don't want to talk about the multicultural values of our foundation, but at the same time, this is a reflection of our multicultural strategies that we have been doing now in Shusha as well as in other regions of the country. So just on behalf of the foundation, I would like to thank everyone. So what you have done today, what we celebrate today, is just a support to my country as well as a support to our mission. So, Your Excellency, thank you very much. And we have very big floor of the cooperation with ICESCO as a Hyder Aliyev Foundation. And this is one of the reflection of our future joint projects. So I hope that we will still celebrate more and more joint projects. But this is really a remarkable day. And we celebrate this just few days after our day of victory and day of the annual liberation of the Shusha. So it's not coincidence. It's, I think, the real work and real desire and willing of all partners who have contributed to this project. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sultan Malim, for this. I would say encouraging words of the cooperation and partnership, and also, of course, for everything that Hyder Aliyev Foundation is doing, and not only in Shusha, by the way, but in the whole Karabakh and Eastern Gezur. So it is indeed a wonderful work that contributes to the restoration of our cultural and historical heritage. So we are really thankful to Hyder Aliyev Foundation for this dedication to this noble cause. Now I would like to turn to one of our distinguished partners who really helped us as a private sector, and this is also very important. And we see here public and private partnership, and I would say that every project and the success of this project also depends on how public and private partnership is built on. So here I would like to thank Pasha Life Insurance and for their tremendous work and for their support for many years, for I would say, and for a long-term cooperation with the IRS Heritage Journal, with the Ministry of Culture, with the government of Azerbaijan in publishing these precious books that really shed a light about Azerbaijan and its history, and in this particular case about the Shusha. So I would like to pass the floor to Mr. Niyazi Ismailov, CEO of the Pasha Life Insurance, also to speak about this project and how they really value the project about the Shusha and how it is really important to promote this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Greetings to everyone, the excellence and the distinguished guests. I am really very proud to take part in this event, and I am really, for me, it's very privileged as I am one of the employees of Pasha Life Insurance, and as a citizen, we do this kind of projects. First of all, I want to just introduce about our company. Maybe you are also interested in about it. We are #1 in insurance market, and we are specialized on life insurance side. And we are the first company who started to implement digital transformation strategy in our country. And our vision in 2028 to be the IT insurance company. And all the employee in our company, most of the employee of our company live the company purposes, and our purposes is related to do something for our country and our community. So doing the innovative things or releasing some of the products, everything is not only, of course, it's mostly related to our profit side, but also we think about our market also in order to increase the market, to bring the value to our market. And additionally, of course, according to our purpose, we also take part in the sociality event also. And one of our main project is a partnership with the IRS Publishing House and also Ministry of Culture. And we publish more than 20 books in different languages. And also the recent book was related to about the COP29. And in this book we described about our vision and also tasks. And this book was translated in 7 languages. And now we are presenting our new book, and our Excellency Mr. Adil and also Mr. Aydin, they talk about the Shusha, and also they touch about the cultural side, and they mention that it's a cultural capital of a country and also Islamic world. And it's bring up many famous composers and artists, and we described everything in this book, and we describe the historical heritage of this book. Unfortunately, about the 28 years, our sacred city was occupied by the enemy, but by the leadership of our president Ilham Aliyev and our strong army, we liberated our city. And with the leadership of our president Ilham Aliyev, underlying the remarkable rebirth. And all the rebirth events, Aydin Madam talked about that, and really proud about that. And we share all this historical heritage through the books. And as a Pasha Life Insurance, we will carry on this kind of projects. And our aim is here to share information about the historical heritage of our country. Thank you very much, and thank you for your attention. Enjoy the reading also.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ismailov, for your commitment, first of all, for your dedication to this work and to the promotion of Azerbaijani heritage worldwide. And I think it represents, I would say, a remarkable story of corporate social responsibility that your company is doing. And again, we would like to congratulate you for this support. Now I would like to give the floor to editor-in-chief of these books and the series of books that the ERS publishing house is preparing. I would say the main author and the main driver of this process, Mr. Musa Marjanli. We know him for many years, that he really dedicated his life to bring to the international audience these stories about Shusha, about our other cultural heritage and historical sites of Azerbaijan. So, Musa Muallim, the floor is yours.
Hörmətli tədbir iştirakçıları, hörmətli qonaqlar, xanımlar və cənablar. Bugün sizə Azərbaycan mədəniyyətinin beşiği, Qarabağın incisi.
Shusha, Sacred City. It was about Shusha, the cradle of Azerbaijan culture and the crown jewel of Karabakh. This book emphasizes the special place of Shusha in the cultural and religious heritage, not only of Azerbaijan, but also of the entire Muslim world. Shusha is a city that has been known for its rich culture, music, architecture, and history for centuries, and this book aims to introduce these features to the whole world. The city of Shusha has historically been a reflection of the rich heritage of Turkic and Muslim culture. The mosques and other religious sites located here clearly show the role of Shusha in the Muslim world. Shusha was also the cultural and educational center of the Karabakh region, where many well-known musicians, scientists, and artists grew up. In addition to the historical and cultural significance of Shusha, the book also describes the difficulties it faced. Over the course of the 20-year Armenian occupation, Shusha was destroyed. But today the city is reviving under the leadership of the Commander-in-Chief, Ilham Aliyev. This book compares the different periods of the pre- and post-occupation Shusha, highlighting the importance of restoring both cultural heritage and physical infrastructure. Since the book is of a great importance, not only for the people of Azerbaijan, but for the entire Muslim world, we have published it in Arabic with the aid of ICESCO. I would like to express my gratitude to everyone who has contributed to the emergence of this book, in particular to the Director General of ICESCO, the Ministry of Culture of the Republic of Azerbaijan, Pasha Holding and Pasha Hayat, who have always supported us in our book projects, for helping all of us to learn the history, cultural, and the religious heritage of Shusha, and pass it on to future generations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Musa Muallim, for your dedication and your work. I know it was not an easy job, and I would say challenging to go there, to collect the stories, to take the photos, and as Mr. Aydin Karimov also mentioned, and this book is not only about the photos, it's about the unique story that is reflected in this book, and we are really grateful to you and your team for compiling all this and making this book as indeed a success story. Thank you very much, and with this I would like to conclude our session, and I would like to thank our distinguished panelists and the speakers for such nice words about this project and about Shusha, and I would like to ask the audience to give another round of applause to our speakers. Thank you very much, and I would like to invite His Excellency Director General to present this book to our distinguished panelists.